bowling lineup.
Gilchrist didn't start off too well. Well, he started 37 in 44 and then just dropped off a bit, and then all of a sudden the Durban game, it all came good. That's the start. That's gone all the way. That's in the crowd.
Well, we saw that earlier today. Anything that's a fraction short. We saw Glenn McGrath try to knock it one in at Smith, and that disappeared easily. This wasn't meant to be the half tracker. This one just landed a bit short. Bye-bye, baby.
Middle of the bat straight away. And the first over that Graham Smith faced, he got two similar. He had a look at them. I'm sure you'll recall that, Garth. Fine legs up in the circle. Makayantini, he's got a good arm and he's pacey. But it started already, hasn't it, Garth?
Yes, well, it's without having to tell you, I told you so. These Australians are going to come out with all guns blazing. Anything that errs in length just fractionally, the crowd will chuck back to you. Different matter if you actually run in and bowl a half tracker on purpose. I've got no problem with that. You're taking somebody on, you've made a conscious effort to try and get around his ears, to try to coax the miss hit. But if it goes in by mistake halfway down, oh boy, that you'll have to fetch quite a long way back.
Sean Pollock got a short mid-on, short mid-wicket, should I say. Well, Matthew Hayden still trying to cement his place. A lot of competitors. Now, Garth, do you start off attacking and try and get wickets up front? Or do you say, well, we've got a big score, we're just happy to defend the boundaries and let them come hard and make mistakes?
Well, I think they're going to play the game they've played the whole summer. They're going to try to dominate you. And by doing that, they're going to give us a few chances, the South Africans. And I just feel that while they're doing that, they're going to offer a few opportunities, and we need to have people in the place, in the right catching positions, to take advantage of that. We've got to get them on the back foot, the Australians. By doing that, South Africa need to take wickets.
Who would you target as the bowler? If you were the Australian coach, who would you be targeting? That's a quality delivery from Pollock. Ends the first over. 7 for no loss.
Isn't it amazing when you get the ball in the right place?
On the final Inside Cricket this season, David Hooks and Alan Border are joined by Mark Waugh and Justin Langer, Redbacks coach Greg Chappell and ACB Chief Executive James Sutherland. Don't miss it. Inside Cricket, Wednesday night 8:30 on 1. This program is proudly brought to you by the all-new Toyota Corolla, Harvey Norman, and the Navy, Army and Air Force.
He'll take up the challenge opposite Pollock. Didn't bowl as well as he's bowled in the series in the Durban match, the last one. So he'll be looking for a comeback and have a bit of pace. Takes it across the left-hander, bowls from slightly wide.
Yes, Makayantini. As you see, he goes for fractionally more than Sean Pollock, but then he is younger and more inexperienced, and he doesn't have the control that Sean has. A genius to spot that, but he likes bowling at the left-handers.
Well, the crowd are behind him, that's for sure. They want Makayantini to perform. This is almost home territory, Eastern Cape. They love the cricket.
Well, to be fair to say, he gets away with that one, pitched outside the leg stump. Gilchrist, when he's in, will not miss those. That you can write down. But for now, he did miss out. Who do the Australians target? I think they know that Sean Pollock is clearly the most accurate. And Tini comes rushing at you very hard with that new ball, and they might just want to watch him a while. But anybody after that is going to go with a big G.
That swung away, it'll be 4. He's straying on the leg stump. And as you said, Garth, bread and butter for Adam Gilchrist.
He's a man who plays lots of shots. We all know that anything down the leg side is a free hit. And once again, you'll fetch that baby.
So the pressure already starts. Sean Pollock's got to make sure everybody's in the right position. One slip in place. That is smashed to the longest part of the ground, and I think it'll go all the way. Well, umpire says 4. What do your eyes tell you, Garth?
Yes, I saw that bounce just 6 inches in front of the ropes, but not even a half volley. That was just premeditated. If it's anywhere up in my arc, I'm going to flash at it. Stunning start for the Aussies. And it's exactly what you'd expect. In that locker room, in the South African dressing room, they would have known that the Australians are going to come out as hard as Hades, and they have. We've got to concentrate on just pitching at the length, pitching at the line. If they keep playing those shots, they will make mistakes.
Hopefully they're before 3:26. Yeah, the transferation of pressure already started, and Makayantini, he hasn't got a slower delivery. He doesn't specialise in bowling Yorkers. So he'll need to make sure he hits that area, that zone, more often than not.
And you see, once again, Pat, that one that went over his head, it started at leg stump and fractionally outside. It's another free hit. You've got to pitch it at least on stumps.
What about round the wicket, maybe?
Another option.
Yes, round the wicket, at least you're saying, well, if he misses, goes across the line, you've got a chance of getting him out LBW. Still bowling him, that's hitting midships. And that hurts.
Got to give the South Africans the benefit of the doubt here. It's the first over of the day. There might be a few nerves in place, but that's 3 out of 3 that Makayantini has not got right.
That's a better delivery. That ends the over. 15 for no loss after 2 overs.
On the final Inside Cricket this season, David Hooks and Alan Border are joined by Mark Waugh and Justin Langer, Redbacks coach Greg Chappell and ACB Chief Executive James Sutherland. Don't miss it. Inside Cricket, Wednesday night 8:30 on 1. This program is proudly brought to you by the all-new Toyota Corolla, Harvey Norman, and the Navy, Army and Air Force.
One thing's for sure, it's going to be exciting. There'll be some shots played. Win or lose, these Aussies will come hard. Man, oh man, that has been smashed down that ground so powerfully. It's scary.
6'4", and there's a lot of muscle here. Nothing wrong with that delivery. Matthew Hayden decided, as Sean Pollock was running in, that ball was going to go back over his head, no matter where it pitched.
I reckon he decided that in the change room before he walked out to bat. That is another wonderful shot, flat batted, and it's gone all the way. Gee whiz, that is a good shot.
Well, I'll tell you something, Pat Simcox. If I was the South African bowling team now, I'd start to get sweaty palms, because these guys mean business.
Well, something's got to give. You can't keep playing as well as that every single shot. Sure, a dot ball, Garth. A rare one.
But even with that dot ball, his intent, he'd gone right back on his stumps. This is the ball that they gave 6 for. Remember, it's got to clear the ropes to be a 6. The other shot, you actually see it hitting that rubberized rope. It hits in the middle of the rubberized rope. It needs to go over the rope to be 6. My apologies, ladies and gentlemen out there. When it hits the rope on the full, it's 6. Clearly I've played the game a long time ago.
Well, another dot ball for Pollock. You need to be thinking all the time. Lots of variation probably. Yes, the rule change. Can't keep pace with these rules that keep changing nowadays, Garth. Like you can't keep pace with the score.
Well, you saw it there again. Matthew Hayden contemptuously walks right across the stumps and looking to work you through the leg side. This is looking kind of an ominous feel about the thing.
Probably passing the cap. That tells you how much wind there is.
So I think there's a breeze up there.
And a no ball called. Well, South Africans don't need that. And Sean looking down at those marks. He can look at them and all he likes.
Something's got to be behind that popping crease. That's the front crease that your left foot lands on for the right arm bowlers. Something needs to be behind.
Then a little inside edge just to get to the other side. 3 overs gone, 29 for no loss.
Thursday, April 18. World Cup fever's building as England clash with Paraguay live from Anfield.
And it's Fowler, he's in here!
Live, England versus Paraguay, 4:45 Thursday morning, April 18 on 1. This program is proudly brought to you by TUI's new Give That Man a New. Travelex, you'd notice if we weren't there. And McDonald's, Mac Your Day.
Matthew Hayden has 13. Gilchrist 15. Overs bowled just 3. Not looking that good for the South Africans, but they need to stay calm here. There's still a hang of a long way to go. Calmness needs to prevail. Still stay with that line, still stay with the length, and hope for the best.
It's shipped over mid-wicket. Just square, slightly squared. It'll just be the single. Roger Telemarcus out there. An appeal for calmness, Garth. Easier said than done right now. This is where the captain certainly is going to be tested.
It's pitched outside the leg stump yet again. Another free hit. He luckily doesn't middle that because Telemarcus, the sweeper's on that square leg boundary.
He's come down the wicket, hasn't middled it. But I think Mackay consider himself lucky because he came down so far that had he middled it, he'd have been 5 yards from his end of his delivery.
There's 2 advancing men. One running at you at 20 kilometers now, you running at it at 30, and the ball coming back at about 180.
Seen a bowler bowl with a helmet before? That's hooked away. That'll go all the way over the man's head. Roger Telemarcus. He's not going to get near it. And another 6.
Well, Adam Gilchrist, this is tailor-made for him. Perhaps you should send a fax out there and tell the lads that halfway down there is nothing in it for the bowlers. It sits up like a pudding. You've got a bit of a chance when it's a length. Deary, deary me, we've got to get it further up.
Well, if he gets it further up, I guess Gilchrist thinking about that too now. He is, and that has been rocketed through that extra cover. My word, he's hit that hard. Boucher's come in to talk to Mackay. Pollock's talking as well. How are they going to stop the bleeding?
Saw him coming, tried to slide it wide. But Mr. Gilchrist has a set of eyes that make an eagle look like a blind bird. Perhaps right arm round the wicket, spear into those toes, or bowling a length round the wicket might help.
Tell you what, I'd be starting to feel my hamstring.
He's a fantastic player all round the place. Perhaps just tuck him up. I see they have done it. It's the right arm round the wicket now. Still got a bowler length, just to try to cramp him a fraction.
Well, I guess the first battle by Australia has won. You've started to make the South Africans now think of how they're going to get wickets, make changes. That's the 6. He hit that in the middle. Then, predictable fuller ball, middle of the bat again. Mackay and Tini, one delivery left, and I guess he's counting them like crazy. That's in the air, it'll go all the way though. Wide of Pollock, that's 4. 4 overs gone, 44 for no loss.
And didn't get all the bat on it. This is the one. That is not all the bat on it. It went past Sean Pollock. Okay, beat him by 10 metres or so, but could quite easily have gone straight to hand. Back of a length, he's trying to hit it back over his head. Doesn't quite get it. Risky. That might give them a bit of hope.
You are a wishful thinker. Pollock to Hayden. Eased away, happy to get Gilchrist on strike. But the Aussies have really come out smoking, yeah, that's for sure. They know that post a quick fire 70-80, suddenly it becomes even again.
That's the trouble, you see. When we batted there, we scored those runs with consummate ease. We batted beautifully, the South Africans, but everybody in this commentary box says, guys, if we can do that, what can this mighty Australian team do? We're watching.
Slashed away. What's this one-day game coming to, Garth, when the pitches are so flat and it's a batter's game? I'll put a strip of concrete out there, get a bowling machine on, let's see how far we can hit the ball.
I think the one-day game is meant to be favoured or leaned towards the batsman. Crowds come to see 300s, that's why the place is packed. Makes it as exciting as the game can get. And this is just a perfect cricketing surface. Perfect for the one-day game, that is. Comes on just nicely, halfway down, it's just flat as a pudding. There's no sea movement to talk about except for the first 3 or 4 overs. And then it's just a case of how good are you at keeping it tight and accurate.
Well, I think it's such a good surface that doesn't matter how tight and how accurate you bowl, you're going to travel. That is beautifully played. That's such good touch. High skill. Another 4.
And the total goes to 51. And South Africa have bowled 4 overs and 4 balls. That's a worrying thing.
To make it worse, these are the 2 best bowlers. 50 partnership contributions. 29 deliveries to make 51. That's going.
Change of the angle. The South Africans at least have not stopped thinking. They've got to try anything different right now, because Gilchrist and Hayden are both just seeing that line so beautifully, set everything in their sights. Change is required, and perhaps this can stem the flow. But what a spectacle we're in for.
The crowd are stunned. They can't believe it themselves. Cut away again, just a single. Ends the 5th over, 52 for no loss.
Travelex are the world's best at foreign exchange for business, because all we do is foreign exchange.
Kayantini, you got a feel for him. He's bowled 2 overs, gone for 23, and Pollock said, well, keep going. I tell you what, there are not too many other bowlers that are to come looking to put their hand up as well. So it's just hold on tight time for South Africans. It's slogged away, nothing more than that, just a slog. That's 4.
Over.
It's only a fraction too short. That's all it is. He's got his pace. As Adam Gilchrist, he's got it all lined up in his sights. He knows exactly what pace the ball is coming to him. As we said before, Ntini doesn't have a slow ball in his armoury, just to change it up a little bit, to get him thinking, get him in two minds. So everything's looking a bit plain and simple for the Australians.
That's gone over mid-wicket. 1 bounce into the boundary boards. Second 4 in a row.
Once again, premeditated, beautifully out the centre of that bat. What a treat this is for cricket lovers. Cricket lovers who like to see the ball fly high and far.
Yeah, they've got to be batters as well. You can't be bowlers, because no bowlers like to see high-class bowlers smashed all over the park. Adam Gilchrist, 43 in 20 deliveries. Well, have they changed the course of the game already, Garth? Just a single. Tini breathes a sigh of relief.
Yes, the Australians really have got up and under every single delivery. They've all been a fraction on the short side. Nothing's gone on the floor for 4. South Africans have been a fraction short. If you let these guys on a beautifully paced wicket get underneath you, well, the score will end up at 61 after 5 overs.
Powerfully struck. Pollock will need to get around. I think it'll just be the single. Kayantini got a hand on it. Tell you what, he's fortunate enough to get away with just a touch on it. Break an hand.
Slightly fuller, that one. Saved an absolute certainty 4. Because without anybody behind those stumps, they would race down the hill.
Well, who do you bowl? Maybe a slower bowler, change the pace. What about maybe Nicky Boyer as a gamble, rather now than later? You can at least have fielders in front.
Something fuller. Now there's a variation as well. That's the end of the 6th over. South Africa, or rather Australia, 62 without loss.
Clearly Mark Boucher, that's what he wants. That's exactly what he's saying. Get it right full, make them play straight. They missed you hit. Stopped again. That'll end the 6th. 62 for no loss.
When you get your new limited edition V6 Avalon Sorrento with power windows, power steering, power mirrors, alloy wheels, ABS brakes, CD player and air conditioning for just $30,688, drive away no more to pay, you'll feel fantastic too.
And the South Africans have tried that length ball, the back of the length ball. It's just slow enough. How can he be sleeping? He's missing out on the game of the year.
Tell you what, it's not because he's sitting nice in the sun, nice and warm, that's for sure. Let's try to be full. It's over pitched. It's a full toss. Just punched away. Disdain. 4. So easy from Hayden.
What worries me here is that everything is landing in the middle of these great big blades. They're looking about 12.5 inches wide, these bats. Nothing's been played and missed at, except one, I believe.
Well, wonders if you can't have Boucher and extra cover. Quick single taken. Fielder's on the edge of the circle now. Why not?
Well, you can see that they clearly are gettable. 316 twice has been got. This time it's got to be a fraction more than that, but the way they're going, it doesn't much seem like a problem.
That's a good delivery from Pollock.
Well, the whole tactic has changed. You'd never ever see them bowling Yorkers in the first 10 overs of a match, but because these Australians have come out so purposefully, the South Africans are thinking exactly correctly. Get it up there full. Let's try to just get it to 4 runs per over somehow by bowling Yorkers.
It's well bowled again from Pollock. Well, a lot of intensity shown by Graham Smith. He's probably voicing his authority via his arm, or his frustration. No need for a throw there. Across the off stump, just an easy single. What good value the people are getting here. My word, it's the place to be.
They're sure getting value, and the only thing that's making a noise at this moment in time is the old band. The rest of the public have got their rattles firmly stuck under the pillows under their seats. When South Africa were batting, the flags were out, the rattles were coming on. Still needing them at 6 and over though.
It's smacked hard down the ground, well fielded though. Well done, Roger Telemarcus. It was going at pace. 7 overs gone, 70 for no loss.
Go Harvey Norman for hot printer deals. The new Canon S1000 SP has a super economy mode to save you ink and is great value for just $149 with printer cable. The Lexmark Z33 colour inkjet printer prints up to an amazing 9 pages per minute in black for just $199. Buy now for bonus Coral custom software. Save $20 on the HP DeskJet 948C printer. It prints up to an incredible 10 pages per minute in colour and is now just $279. For hot printer deals, go Harvey Norman.
Off the Roo, I want to ask you to cast your mind back over the 25 years that you played all over the world. You seen anything like this before?
I don't believe I ever have. This is wild. This makes you dizzy, this stuff.
Full toss, hit with such power, straight past the short mid-wicket. He had no chance.
And that, would you believe it, brings up the 50 for Adam Gilchrist. You want to know how many balls he's been there for? Exactly 26. With 8 fours. Have a look at that thing again. Knee-high full toss, to be fair. Trying, you must remember, trying to bowl that very full Yorker ball. Gets it a fraction wrong. And the spectators lob it back to you.
Well, you've got to say that if every ball they're attempting to bowl a Yorker, how many have they bowled? Skill level isn't as good as what it should be, maybe. That's one. That's a no ball, though. That doesn't help neither. Extra delivery right now. Those two men there, they're the catchers. You've got to have them in the first 15 overs. Big appeal.
So I think this appeal is clearly in hope more than anything else. Bowling from wide of the crease. From that angle, I'm afraid it's going to go down the old leg side.
Yes, and there's no fine leg in place with that angle. You just get a little inside edge on it. She's gone for 4. Kayantini again. Down the wicket, that's well bowled. My God, 6 and over is required from here on in. Now 6 and over so far in this match has been a doddle.
Well, it doesn't tell me to tell you that they're going along at 10 and more. 7 overs bowled, they got 76. It's been, or had the feel of carnage about it here, this opening salvo, and well, you've got to feel a little bit for the South Africans. These Australians with such good nick. At least the South African boys are thinking. They've tried another tactic. They're trying to bowl it full. They're trying to stem this flow. There's a torpedo through the hull, and they're trying to hold the ship up.
Just the single again.
Kayantini has bowled 4 balls actually, because it includes a no ball. And of those 4, he's got 3 exactly right. Just that one that was over pitched by only 6 or 7 inches. He's disappeared for 8.
He's bowled him on a no ball. Can you believe it? Kayantini's bowled a no ball, and he's got his man. Gilchrist's going to love it. Kayantini can't believe it. Well, well, well. Could that be the change of the game?
Well, your heart's got to go out to Kayantini. He's rushed in here, he's tried his heart out. It's a no ball, there's nothing wrong with that. Or what I'm trying to say is the call is absolutely right. He hasn't backed off Kayantini. He's come running in as hard as he can. He gets him out, only for the umpire to say, keep batting, put the bails back on and keep batting.
Well, you've got to do the basics right. You can't step over the line. Bowl extra deliveries, the second one in the over. And Adam Gilchrist got a life in the last match, got 100. Another life now. Single taken. Well, the equation now for the Australians seems really gettable. Have they done enough already to change the match? Just to play normal cricket from here on?
Well, Pat, it's still 6 and over required. So this game, there's still a lot of game here. But the South Africans need to get a few wickets and get them fast. And for the life of me, I can't see where they're going to do that.
Hit very hard. Well saved. Well stopped. It'll end the 8th over. 79 for no loss.
First time I fired a live missile was the biggest buzz of my life, having this $75,000 missile just sitting on my shoulder. It's all about hand-eye coordination. I've got all goosebumps and the adrenaline starts rushing, and then you fire and then you hit the target, and it's just like the best thing. You know, you're actually doing your job and what you're trained for. That is the best feeling in the world, when you can say, I know I can do the job, when it came down to the crunch.
Well, what an exciting period of play we've just seen. 79 or 51 deliveries, that's the partnership. Australia now have faced 8 overs at a run rate of 9.9, and they just need 5.9. And 24 of 19 and 52 of 32 from Gilchrist has set the Australians up. And I think it's going to be a tough passage of play for the next half an hour. To tell you about it, the SuperSport commentators, Vincent van der Bijl and a smiling Michael Hazeman.
Thanks, Patrick. Well, so far it has been carnage out there, that's for sure. Roger Telemarcus is about to be introduced into the attack to try and stop the hemorrhaging. But the ball has been disappearing to all parts so far, going at just under 10, 9.9 to the over. And Telemarcus is someone who generally goes at just over 4.5, but I can't see any reason why these two batsmen, Vincent, will stop.
No, it's been a truly amazing period of play. There's the umpire needing to have some attention to the ball, and not surprisingly so, because it's been travelling to all parts, into the crowd, into the buck, and it really has been, as I say, Mike, an extraordinary period of play.
The third umpire's area is just next to us in the commentary box, and we just got the message from him now that is severe bruising and a little bit of bleeding that is the problem.
Yeah, look at it. Anyway, what we have to do, what does South Africa have to do to try and stem this? In the first couple of overs, they were bowling short of a length, Mike, and the Australians came out and played absolutely superbly. That straight drive for 6 of Hayden was a sheer brilliant shot.
Not a bad shot to get off the mark. Now, it's been remarkable, and just on Gilchrist, I mean, we know that he's been in outstanding form throughout the entire summer, and I don't think anyone who witnessed that double century, the Wanderers Test, will ever forget it. And of course also the 100 just the other day. But he got his 50 off 27 balls, which is some going. Here's a look at some of the shots. Look at that, that's Matthew Hayden. That's the shot that Vincent was talking about a little while ago.
Yeah, that has to be, for me, the shot of the day. Absolutely superb.
And then he got one just a little bit short. He was camping on the back foot and hit a flat 6 and took out a couple of spectators at the same time. And that was Gilchrist, that one. Brilliant. What a start. I think everyone's been a bit shell-shocked here. I feel like I'm watching a movie and fast forward.
It is a bit like that. I mean, there we see the South Africans getting together, needing to regroup here, and what they're doing is correct. Need to regroup, settle things down, develop a pattern of play.
Now here's a look at Adam Gilchrist so far. He's on 52, 32 balls. He has faced 8 4s and 2 6s, so he hasn't done too much running, that's for sure. And 80%, just about 80% of his runs scored on the leg side, and that's largely due to the length, and also I think the quality of the batsman, picking up anything slightly short and dispatching it.
I think that's absolutely right. I mean, they had to prejudge a few things, and one of the things I think they felt that Ntini was going to come over the wicket, pitch it outside leg, anything short of a length they could go with, and that's certainly what Gilchrist did. And then Hayden, uncharacteristically of his previous innings, came in and played superbly.
Now there was one almost wicket, and that would have been a huge one except for that arm extended by umpire Shahid Badvala. Makai Ntini from around the wicket looking to tuck up the dangerous Adam Gilchrist and overstepping, and that's been a problem. And that's a concern for me. It's been a problem for South Africa all summer, and we've seen a remarkable number of extras from the South African side in this Standard Bank series, which we haven't seen in the last few years. So surely there's something going wrong from that point of view. Slightly leg side. Gilchrist just getting a bit of bat on it, I think, and no, leg by.
There's almost been something surrealistic about this play. And in fact, what South Africa needed wasn't that breakthrough. They needed a wicket just to settle things down, get a new player in, regroup. And so that overstretching over the line was extremely unfortunate, to say the least.
If you're a South African supporter.
Absolutely correct.
Waltzing down the track, something we've seen Jimmy Marr do, and maybe that's filtered through the rest of the side, but the South Africans are pretty happy. It's a dot ball. Just going back to Gilchrist, 27 balls to get his 50. It's not a record. The record is quite remarkable. Fastest 50 is Sanath Jayasuriya. Just 17 deliveries. Sri Lanka against Pakistan in Singapore, 95-96. Quick single. Safely home. Okay, Vince, what's the story here? What must the South Africans do? Because the Australians are not going to change this plan.
I think the change of bowling, first of all, is a good one with Telemarcus, because I'm not sure he is well enough analysed by the Australians. I'm not sure they played him that much. I believe they have to keep the ball up. I think anything short, in particular to Gilchrist, I mean, he played a superb cut, just a little dab past Boucher. Anything short, he's supremely confident in.
Well struck, there's a fielder around there and it has been caught. That is a brilliant catch by Makai. That is a magnificent catch. Just about the hardest to take. Now Gilchrist is in no hurry whatsoever to go at this stage, and he's sticking around, he's looking towards the umpire, and I'm going to say well done Adam Gilchrist. That was brilliant. He asked the question, was it taken? He got the affirmative, and then he started walking straight towards the pavilion. But what an outstanding catch.
Up, taking a heave, and just look at Mtini coming in forward. It's an absolutely superb catch. Anyone who's fielded in those positions will know just how brilliant that is. You've got your elbows to contend with. You're running into the sun there. You have 52 runs in an amazing opening partnership.
When you get your new limited edition 4-cylinder Camry Advantage automatic with power windows, power steering, cruise control, alloy wheels, driver's SRS airbag and air conditioning for just $26,688, drive away, no more to pay. You'll feel fantastic too.
Premium light, thanks. You all right, mate? Yeah. You can't get the taste out of your head.
3 for Australia today is Ian Harvey. He's an aggressive batsman, likes having a go at the bowlers. That's what his instructions will be now. First 6 balls faced, he goes at over 5. But what a remarkable catch from Makai.
Just look at Mtini here. Running forward, diving full length in the air, just taking it off, just taking it above the grass. And as Mike said, this lovely interchange with Gilchrist saying, did you catch it? Getting the affirmative and walking off, which was really good to see in one-day international cricket.
It's like the old days, Vince. You just ask the question, did you catch it? If you caught it, you go. Don't have to stick around and wait for any referrals.
Yeah, you have to make sure you ask the right person, though.
Brilliant stuff. Full-length dive forward. That is the hardest catch to take. Diving forward like that. And Makai, a very, very happy man. So that's 1 wicket down. Ian Harvey will continue in the same tempo. Matthew Hayden will as well. They still need to go at 6 and over, but Australia have got off to a fly here, and a minor little hiccup at the moment. Quick single to get off the mark.
I've been thinking of words to describe that opening partnership, Mike. Almost contemptuous is about the right one, because they came in not in an arrogant way, but just in a supremely confident way, and have played superbly.
It's a bit long for me, that one, Vince. I'll write it down. Contemptuous.
The one thing you know about Mtini, he gives 110% throughout. Doesn't matter what the situation, and that was a good example of it.
How will Hayden react? Mid-off and mid-on are quite deep, but well done by Telemarcus. 82 for 1. So Roger Telemarcus has done the job. Change of bowling has worked for South Africa. 1 over, 1 for 2. Roger Telemarcus. Makai is to continue, and so is the band by the looks of things.
Mtini there has gone for 42 and 4, but a good decision to keep him on. He's got a new batsman. Hayden hasn't faced him that much. He will have supreme confidence in taking that marvellous catch. And now this over for Mtini and South Africa is important. Equally for Australia, they need to keep the tempo going.
They've got lots of batting to come, Australia. Lovely line and length from Makayantini.
I think the way Makayantini bowls, I think the right-handers for him would be easier, because look at that, great delivery. Had a bit of zip, had a bit of passion to that. Because with the left-handers, he invariably is pitching outside leg stump, which gives them free hits, which is always difficult if you're bowling over the wicket.
Passion, I like that word. That's what South Africa have had in today's game, in the first half anyway, when they amassed that good total. Very, very wide of the crease and easily run down to third man. Game on here. Good work from Roger Telemarcus in the shadows. 2 runs.
Good shot by Harvey. Running it down intentionally off the full face of the bat. Excellent fielding from Roger Telemarcus.
Telemarcus again. It's an interesting move, this Ian Harvey coming in number 3, because you've got Ricky Ponting, who normally bats at 3, who's been in sublime form of late. Then you've got Damien Martin, who's also been in great nick. And Darren Lehman, of course, yes, he's also played superbly. Let's look at some of the opening partnerships in the King's Cricket Challenge, of course, the Standard Bank Series. Durban, Australia, 170 opening stand. 2 opening stands of note in this game, 74 by South Africa, 81 by Australia. That set the trend.
That certainly is interesting to see that strength of the Australian opening partnership and what it means to them.
Full toss and slapped straight back past the bowler and also past the batsman at the non-striker's end.
Well, this is hit with great power. As you'll see, it comes off the bat of Harvey. Just couldn't get the bat out the way. It would have gone for 4 anyway, but it just straightened to go down towards the side screen.
Lovely little glance there from Harvey at the non-striker's end. Pretty friendly full toss, nice juicy one, and Harvey could have been in a lot of trouble actually if it hadn't deflected off the back of his bat. Ends up being a straight drive instead of maybe just the 1 run to mid-on. Because Sean Pollock is fairly deep at mid-on. Obviously has hit that too hard and broken the bat. I'm not surprised.
Matthew Hayden certainly has played some incredibly powerful shots today. He's normally taken a little bit more time to settle in, but with the dictates of this game and the dictates of this high score, just watch this, played with immense power. And Harvey basically just trying to get that bat out the way and just couldn't. Australia, Mike, have really set this game up, haven't they? They couldn't have wished for a better start, and they've really just put the pressure back on the South Africans.
This start today, Vince, is a little bit the way Sri Lanka played in the '86 World Cup. They just dipped from ball 1 in the first 15 and watched the ball disappear to all areas.
It puts immense pressure on the bowlers, because they feel constrained and they don't actually follow through. They don't have the rhythm when they come in. And it's rather like playing golf in a very windy conditions. You try and steer the ball as opposed to hitting it through the full line as usual.
Over 9 to the over. It's worked away leg side. That's going to run away for 4. The left and right hand batting combination here is causing concern for the South Africans, as it has done all summer.
This was such a good shot. The fine legger he brought in, all he did was glance it wide. A very fine effort there, but the ball wasn't close.
.11 off the over so far. His woes continue. He's gone for 53 in 4 overs and 5 balls, Makayantini. And a dot ball. That's a rarity to finish the over. 93 for 1.
Hi, I'm Alan Border. I'd like to extend an invitation for you to join me and some Aussie cricket greats in South Africa at the Cricket World Cup in March 2003. Choose from a selection of fantastic tours, including the World Cup final at the Wanderers Ground in Johannesburg. See if Australia can retain the World Cup and maintain its reputation as the best cricket team in the world, all while enjoying the game parks and all South Africa has to offer. For a tour brochure and further details, call Gulliver Sports Travel today on 1800 99 0001.
15,000 people here are stunned at St George's Park. The Australians are on fire at the moment, and it looks like there's a few problems not too far away from the ground.
Well, it must be a happy relief to get to the end of your mark and see Harvey there and not Hayden or Gilchrist. And the pressure really is to ensure that the bowlers, you keep that man down that side and keep putting the pressure in on that new bowler, on that new batsman. Sorry.
Have a look at those scores and run rates. South Africa going at 3.4 to the over inside the first 5. Australia going at 10.4. Still going at over 9. Got him! Just tried to work it down the third man, past the slip. All he did was run it off the face, straight into the gloves of Mark Boucher. So there's a couple of quick wickets for Roger Telemarcus.
That's some good bowling. Some pressure being applied to Harvey. He knew he had to get the strike to Hayden, and so just tried a typical one-day shot of running it down, as you'll see this. Just try to run it down, just got the edge there. And a fairly straightforward catch, well taken by Boucher with sheer delight.
So Harvey now goes for 4, caught behind. Australia 93 for 2.
This weekend from the English Premier League. Sunday at 2, Leicester City face an uphill battle against Man U. United still chasing the championship. Then Bolton host a crucial relegation battle against Ipswich. A win for Ipswich enough to push Bolton into the drop zone. Monday at 1, Leeds United are still in the frame for a place in Europe. They host a struggling Sunderland. Leeds needing all 3 points if they're to take 6th spot from Chelsea.
And Leeds United move into the lead with Robbie Fowler.
Tuesday morning at 5. Newcastle United can't afford a loss against Fulham as they try to hold on to their Champions League spot. This weekend, Sunday from 2, Leicester, Man U and Bolton Ipswich. Monday morning, Leeds Sunderland. Tuesday morning, Newcastle Fulham. Live. Thursday, April 18, World Cup fever's building as England clash with Paraguay, live from Anfield.
And it's Fowler, he's in here!
Live, England versus Paraguay, 4:45, Thursday morning, April 18 on 1.
So it's the skipper, Ricky Ponting, 27 years of age. Very, very fine player, this one. He's in form, got 129 against South Africa and Bloemfontein a couple of games ago. Man of the match. There's another look at the dismissal of Ian Harvey. And importantly, Ian Harvey didn't waste any balls, didn't stick around. He was in there, he tried to get some quick runs, didn't work. And now it's back to the stable order, the more consistent order. Ponting won't waste any time, that's for sure.
Yeah, it's a really good contest from here because the strength of the Australian batting lineup in a one-day match really, as Mike Proctor would say, is awesome. Very fine players. Here we see Harvey again, just getting the outside edge, just trying to guide it down to give the strike to Hayden. A shot of no real purpose.
Great start from Telemarcus. There is a third man in position, so it'll just be the single. Ricky Ponting actually was scampering back for the second. He's off the mark. Just the one.
Well, it's great fielding by Mtini yet again. And there, that man in picture really just has really produced the shift and the change so desperately required by South Africa, who were looking down a deep hole. For Australia, there's still a fair amount to do, but they certainly have the strength to go through with this task. And so the battle ahead really is going to be an absolutely intriguing one.
Don't go too far away. They've succeeded in getting that run rate down, run rate required that is, down to under 6 to the over. It's at 5.9 now, and they've still got 8 wickets in hand. Another look at the dismissal of Ian Harvey. Your Mark Boucher, you could say, was fairly happy with that one. He tossed the ball about 1,000,000 miles in the air. So there's the equation. Current rate 8.7.
In the old days in the 40-over match, 233 was a sort of reasonable score to get, wasn't it? Nothing too excessive.
Leg side, that'll be called a wide, I would imagine. Yes, Ian Howe had a long think about it. Not really sure why.
Yeah, the first of the wides, quite far down leg side. There's the whole pattern of changing from right-hander to left-hander, coming round the wicket, bowling over. To get the line right sometimes requires intense concentration.
Cries of catch in the air for a while. Rhodes is like lightning at short cover, but to no avail. End of the over. 11 overs gone now. 96 for 2. Not that far away from Rhodes. End result was a single. We've seen some fairly quick deliveries so far today. We have our Gillette Speedball competition on the go as per normal for our local viewers. There's the number to dial to predict the fastest ball bowled today. Jason Gillespie, I think, is leading the pack at this stage. He bowled one very quick delivery earlier this morning. Still got plenty of blue sky, which is great to see because that was going to be a major concern. And during the lunch interval, it looked like there was a bit of cloud build-up, but that seems to have disappeared a little bit. It's so windy here that comes and goes pretty quickly. Jacques Kallis now being introduced by Sean Pollock after Mackay Tini got an awful hammering. 5 overs, none for 53, and he's been in remarkable form throughout the summer, Mackay Tini, particularly in South Africa, that is, and the VB series in Australia. And Kallis is someone who has been quite expensive in his initial over the last few games, and looks to me to be some way off the boil at the moment. And just to add to the complex situation, he's into the wind. Quick single.
Yes, Jacques Kallis seems to have lost his ability to swing the ball, which was one of his great arts. And he's going to have to focus here, because unless Australia need to get on top of him, of course, the game could slip away vastly towards Australia right now. So he is absolutely essential to this game.
Well, I think the Australians recognise, Vince, what a fine player Jacques Kallis is. They realise that he's not bowling anywhere near as quick as he normally does, not swinging the ball, so they'll look to get after him in the first over or two to try and upset his line of length, because he finds that early, he can be a consistent performer. I think that's another indication, that last delivery. That wasn't an out-and-out half volley. Ponting was intent on driving it.
Yeah, good delivery. Second up. He needs to settle into some sort of rhythm, and Ponting and Hayden will be desperate to hit him off it.
It's gone over the top. Mackay Tini's on the chase, but he can give that one up. It's gone for 6. It's gone all the way for 6. What a simple blow. Change of pace from Kallis and just dipped over the top for 6.
A really supreme shot here. As you say, a slightly slower ball, and he just followed through all the way. And for a man who's just come in, just shows two things. One, his own supreme ability, but the other is the evenness of this track.
They know that Kallis bowls a high percentage of slower deliveries in the one-day game. They'll be looking to spot them. It's worked first up. To Rhodes, no run. Another look at the slower delivery that disappeared.
I mean, it's interesting. It looked as though it didn't even come off the full face there, and still went all the way. Beautiful, crisp shot. The Australians, Mike, do seem to have the unique ability just to really go at a bowler who's been brought on in that first over. You see here 8 of the first 5, which is sort of part and parcel of the way they've played the game during this entire series.
Just needs 2 runs to reach 5,000. Cries of catch, and what a good catch. That's a fine catch by Shaun Pollock, who was hit pretty flat. Was going very, very quickly. It would have just been the 1 bounce 4, I think. And Pollock has dived a long, long way to his right, and he's taken a beauty. I think he's happy.
Yeah, what a good innings by Matthew Hayden. He hit this ball extremely well and extremely hard. And look at Pollock taking off there. Magnificent catch, both hands. As he got it, it was safe.
And nice celebrations as well from the skipper. So Matthew Hayden, the dangerous Matthew Hayden, goes for 35, 29 balls only. Australia have lost 3 quick ones now, 104 for 3.
Premium light, thanks. You all right, Mark?
Yeah. You can't get the taste out of your head.
On the final Inside Cricket this season, David Hooks and Alan Border are joined by Mark Waugh and Justin Langer, Redbacks coach Greg Chappell and ACB Chief Executive James Sutherland. Don't miss it. Inside Cricket, Wednesday night 8:30 on 1. The French Open live from Roland Garros starts Monday, May 27 on 2.
His 75th game. Average is basically 35. Lehman number 5 for Australia today. They're 3 down. Here's the third. Very, very good catch by Shaun Pollock, moving quickly to his right, getting 2 hands to it. That's the key, and also holding on to the ball upon hitting the deck. So Roger Telemarcus continues from the Duck Pond end to continue in the Supersport commentary box. Roger Prideaux and Pat Simcox.
Thanks, Mike. Well, 3 wickets since I last jumped off air, and proceedings going along pretty quickly. South Africa have managed to get the 3, the breakthrough, put a hold on proceedings for now, and that was a wonderful catch from Shaun Pollock, and he is ecstatic and should be so. Roger certainly tilted again.
Oh, we're in for a fantastic game of cricket here. And that's gone for full. Thick edge. There is a slip in for the new batsman.
I think it was a no ball as well. That's the last thing any side can afford. And certainly under these circumstances, you don't want to be bowling extra deliveries. Not in the form the Australians have been in.
Well, I thought it was going to be one of those days for South Africa when Gilchrist was bowled by Ntini off a no ball. But they've come back so well. There's the thick edge. Long way away from that first slip where Jacques Kallis is standing. At a wide first slip.
Well, how do you play it from here now? Do you play normal cricket for a while? Have wickets in hand, maybe?
That's the way to go, definitely. They're scoring at 8.8. The required run rate is under 6, which is well within the bounds of possibility. That's more or less been the rate right through today. And what Australia, from an Australian point of view, need to do is just regroup. They've lost 3 quick wickets, and they just need to get back on track. And if that means reducing the run rate for a bit, so be it. Obviously, South Africa want to make another breakthrough.
It's whipped away through the onside. Just a little misfield from Mackenzie. Slight hesitation between Ponting and Lehman.
Full marks to South Africa too, because after that initial onslaught, they got rid of Gilchrist with a magnificent catch by Ntini on the boundary, diving forward. And then the captain himself getting rid of Hayden. So 5,000 runs. He needed 10 to reach that mark before the start of this innings. And, well, Sachin Tendulkar was the first one at the age of 23.
Yeah, and Jacques Kallis just before him. So good effort from Kallis. Ricky Ponting, I think we'll see his name for a while. Roger Telemarcus has bowled well. He's put up his hand at an important time for South Africa. 2.5 overs bowled, just 11 runs, but 2 wickets. The breakthrough that was needed. Now Darren Lehman is a batsman that can be inventive. Certainly can make the run rate increase very quickly. Most runs in one-day cricket for Australia. Right up there's Mark Waugh, 8,500. Steve Waugh, Alan Border, Dean Jones, David Boone, selector now. Michael Bevan, Ricky Ponting and Gilchrist still playing. Fair names there, Roger.
Yeah, Gilchrist is the one that interests me. He hasn't been playing that long, and there he is already at over 4,000 runs. Amazing. Well, those of you who had the good fortune, not only here at the ground, but also on your television sets, are watching that assault by Gilchrist. It really was magnificent batting. It wasn't slogging, it was good shot selection. And my word, he has to be just about the most dangerous batsman in one-day international cricket today.
Looking at that list, Gilchrist, can he challenge Mark Waugh? 8,500 runs. Ends the 13 over, 110 for 3.
Well, in amongst all the carnage that the South African bowlers have had to endure, and Ntini 5 overs of 53. Pollock went for plenty up front too, but Roger Telemarcus, hats off to him, 3 overs, 2 for 11, fine bowling.
Darren Lehman just come in, faced 3 deliveries, hasn't got off the mark yet. Ponting's up close at run a ball. But the foundation set by Gilchrist and Hayden. Just got the feeling that it needed something special from a South African point of view. 2 wonderful catches to set it up. But to have to hold on tight is not an easy thing to do when that onslaught comes.
I heard you say you'd make a comeback if South Africa can't defend this. Still of the same opinion, are you?
Well, I'm not the only one. Wonderful drive from Ricky Ponting. Not much swing, a bit of width on a wonderful pitch. Lovely batting pitch, easy to play on. Ponting's made the most of it.
Well, the one thing you mustn't do is give batsmen a bit of width, and that was very, very wide from Kallis. This pitch that they're playing on really is so true, and of no real pace. The ball just sits up and looks at you.
Well, John Kent's fielded that. He's only a young man making his way, and I can tell you what, he's hoping he doesn't have to bowl today.
I think the happiest man in the ground is Nanti Hayward.
Helicopter going over. Pulled away, it'll just be the single. He's so strong on the back foot is Ricky Ponting. Such a quick eye.
So I heard your remarks in that lunch break about Nanti Hayward having been brought back for the game in Durban. All right, he didn't bowl that well, but he does have that extra pace that South Africa lack at the moment. And strangely, I think left out for this match here on his home ground at St George's Park.
Just a little bit of sun broken through. It's still pretty nippy in the shade though. And a stiff breeze. Uncomfortable conditions to field in. Australian dressing room always looks a happy one. A lot of smiles. That's worked away so nicely by Lehmann. He's really a craftsman when it comes to one-day cricket. Well, the first drinks break, and I'm sure that the South Africans dying to get together, huddle and just discuss where they're going to now. 115 for 3 after 14 overs. It's been a lot of good cricket so far.
Premium light, thanks. You all right, mate?
Yeah. You can't get the taste out of your head.
A race against time. A race against nature. A race against oneself. World-class and rookie athletes from around the world testing the limits of human endurance. A perilous course, unforgiving terrain, a remote and exotic island. The Eco Challenge starts Wednesday night 9:30 on 1. This weekend from the English Premier League. Sunday at 2, Leicester City face an uphill battle against Man U. United still chasing the championship. Then Bolton host the crucial relegation battle against Ipswich. A win for Ipswich enough to push Bolton into the drop zone. Monday at 1, Leeds United are still in the frame for a place in Europe. They host a struggling Sunderland. Leeds needing all 3 points if they're to take 6th spot from Chelsea.
And Leeds United move into the lead with Robbie Fowler.
Tuesday morning at 5. Newcastle United can't afford a loss against Fulham as they try to hold on to their Champions League spot. This weekend, Sunday from 2, Leicester, Man U and Bolton Ipswich. Monday morning, Leeds Sunderland. Tuesday morning, Newcastle Fulham. Live. Next weekend in sport, we're into the business end of the Super 12.
Here's a chance.
Every game live. NRL's Super Saturday dishes up 3 games in a row, live.
Here comes the dunk.
It's a frenetic scramble for the top placings as the NBL heads into the Grand Finals live. Then we head to the Augusta National for the prestigious US Masters.
Oh, this is some good stuff here.
Where the best golfers in the world will be competing for the green jacket, live. It's a great weekend of sports. The French Open live from Roland Garros starts Monday, May 27 on 2.
A drinks break, the thing of the past. 14 overs gone, 117 for 3. Now, the South Africans have got to get that rate up again. They've got to get it over to 6.5, just to ensure that the Australians start to take some risks. They'll know, can't afford to lose too many wickets along the way. Chase a big score down, you need wickets in hand at the end. Still got Michael Bevan to come. Damien Martin's got good form. Young Watson and Warren, well, they can bat a bit, but there's no Jimmy Mahu in that side to finish off as they did a couple of games ago. So a lot rests on Ricky Ponting and Darren Lehmann. Important time. Sliced away, just the single.
Yes, if they can get 3 wickets as quickly as they got the first 3, those first 3 went for 23 runs in the space of just 3 overs after that initial onslaught. And that was the first one. Magnificent catch. Gilchrist hooking one fiercely. And Ntini running in and taking a superb catch. And his teammates know how important that was. Superb.
Had slashed away. Very inventive is Darren Lehman. Gets onto the offside. And that's his bread and butter.
Yeah, well, Telemarcus, he's bowled so well to start with, but he just must not give either of these two any width. They'll be onto it in a flash, and Darren Lehman on that occasion, very strong, square of the wicket, and perfectly bisected there. That offside field, even got past Jonty Rhodes.
No margin for error, not to Lehman.
Well, both these two batsmen have been scoring in this series at nearly a run a ball, 88 and 86 per 100 balls. Harvey just running one down, getting the edge there. Boucher taking regulation catch. Not a great shot, but looking to give Hayden the strike.
The margin of error on this pitch is so small, it's almost nothing. You've got to vary your pace. And that was the vital wicket. And a wonderful catch from Sean Pollock. And see how pleased he is. He knew that almost got them back in the game.
And Pat, either of those two catches could have gone down. And nice to see that the South African fielders are back in business. Had to make a lot of ground at Pollock. Good catch.
Well, I think you can see by his reaction that he realizes what an important catch it was, what an important wicket it was. The time was good. He needed to stem the tide, stop the bleeding.
Bleeding is exactly what it has been. Hemorrhaging, in fact.
It's a good end for Telemarcus. 15 gone, 123 for 3. Well, with the 15 overs now up, Pollock can move some men back. I'm sure he's been waiting for this since they walked on the field. I think it'll be important now to watch the rate, because, Roger, at this time of the game you normally don't find too many boundaries. You start to see the rate just slide a little bit from over 15 onwards. It becomes difficult from 15 to 30, 35, where batsmen are just happy to tap it around. But needing 6 and over, you have a good over chucked in somewhere and it starts to escalate on you. So Australians will be wary of it.
Yeah, I think the crunch is going to come, Pat, when it's the turn of Nicky Bouyer, John Kent come into the attack, the support bowlers. It's going to be vital that when they do start to bowl, they try and keep the run rate down. It's going to be a difficult task for them, particularly if these two batsmen are still in at that time. Because Ponting's looking in ominous form, as he has done in both the last two matches. Lehman's due a big score. He's threatened a number of times and he's got a couple of useful 30s that are run a ball. So South Africa need to break this partnership quickly.
15 overs, Australia 123 for 3. It's as good as it's been all series for them, matching South Africa 81 for 1, way ahead. So they've done all the work up front. I must say the Protea fielders really look intense.
Yeah, there's definitely a change in attitude. You saw it right from the word go today. And I know the series is over, so maybe the pressure's off a bit. They don't feel that pressure quite as much. But at the same time, another loss here, and could have a bad psychological effect on them.
In the air, but into the boards at high pace.
Well, Lehman hit that with enormous power. It was wide, it was full, he just slapped it and straight over the top of Rhodes.
Wide again. You can't bowl there, Lehman.
Again, just not enough pressure coming from the bowlers. Too many wide balls. And the Australian batsman continuing to score at a high rate. Required rate is 5.8. It's been that for a number of overs now. It's hard to believe that Australia scored their first 50 in the 5th over.
A little bit of bounce and punting. 128 for 3.
The Ponting just looked to play this on the onside. And on a pitch like this, where there's really no pace, you're through with a shot, and in the end had to adjust, and lucky not to hit it straight back at Jock Callis.
When you look through the statistics of the series so far, one of the problems that Shaun Pollock faces is that his backup bowlers haven't gone for less than 5 and over at any stage. You look down, Nicky Boyer, the spinner, he's gone at the rate of just over 5. Jock Callis is going at 5.7. John Kent came into the side, he went at 6.83. Roger Telemark is at 5.4. Just himself and Mackay and Tini. That slashed away in the air. Just the single again, but width given one more time. So to build pressure, you need someone in the middle overs, around about now, to be bowling at around 3.5, 4 and over. That'll create some sort of pressure. Roger Telemarcus has bowled at 5.44 the whole series.
It was interesting that, I don't know if it was a tactic of theirs to try and get after South Africa's 2 most economical strike bowlers, but certainly, wow, having done that, and Pollock, I haven't got the figures in front of me, but I think his first 3 or 4 overs went for about 30, 35. So no slip in place now for Telemarcus.
Ponting wants the second, but Lehman's not the quickest. St George's Park, not as big a field as the rest in South Africa, so not too many 2s and 3s. Outfield pretty slick. Gets to the fielder so quickly that maybe Jonty Rhodes, Ricky Pontings can take the 2s. And certainly the average man is not going to do it. Clouds build up a little bit, as you can see. Good variation of pace. And Roger, I just can't help thinking that every single delivery you've got to be looking to make sure it's a separate event. Whether it's the length you're going to bowl or the pace you're going to bowl, but you can't be bowling the same. You get lined up here.
Oh, you're absolutely right. And Roger Telemarcus is an interesting bowler. Sometimes he can bowl very economically, but my word, sometimes I've seen him bowl lots of no balls, very wide, and really get taken to the cleaners. Can't afford that today.
Taking the pace off it again. Well, it's a bigger cricket ball than the batters have seen for a while. In a different colour. Up and off she goes. Catch that wind. They end up in Cape Town by tonight. That's a good 7-hour drive.
The only problem is the wind's in the opposite direction.
Don't you know that ground wind differs from the wind up there? Exactly opposite. Width again. Just a hand on it. That man, Jonty Rhodes.
You can wriggle out of anything, can't you?
kind of desperation fielding that South Africa are going to need to keep this rate in check.
This partnership is building nicely. 27 of just 30 deliveries, so almost a runner ball.
So 17 gone, 132 for 3.
Things that make you go, mmm. Come on. Give it to me.
It's the things that make you go.
Come on. McDonald's ever-changing new taste menu.
What will you choose today?
Things that make you go, mmm.
37 and Teeny 5 for 53. Telemarcus done a good job, 5 overs and picked up those 2 wickets for 21, and Callis the other wicket taker. And the Australians still keeping that run rate required at under 6 runs and over. As Pat Simcox said just a while ago, South Africa need to try and get that above 6, significantly above 6, just to put that pressure back on to the Australian batsmen.
Did that ball squat a little bit on Ricky Ponting?
Well, it can happen here at St George's Park. It certainly probably slid through a little bit more.
That's a place you don't want to be right now, not in this wind. Ricky Ponting is laid into that. And it's gone all the way.
Well, I'll tell you what, that was not a bad delivery. But Ricky Ponting just disdainfully picks that one up, maybe a little bit on the short side, saw the length and went for it. And that's gone many a mile with the wind.
Well, he's showing that he's not going to settle down and just allow a run a ball. It's got to be better than that. Get some in the bank. Keep that rate in check. Down the ground, just a single.
Yes, it's not going to be too long before Pollock has got to ring the changes. And that's going to be the danger time for South Africa. It was a magnificent shot. Callis can't believe it.
Certainly doesn't like it, that's for sure. Typical bowler. Turned again on the onside. Darren Lehman so inventive. Very difficult to bowl to.
Yeah, he's calmly going along his business, isn't he? 14 off 16. Giving as much of the strike to Ricky Ponting. So experienced, these Australians.
Is that the catch? Well, Mark Boucher has called for it. Big shot to end the over, 140 for 3. Well, there was a big appeal down the leg side. Very often balls bowled down the leg side get an appeal just to stop the wide, but I thought there was more than that. Not much swing. Now, did he get a brush? Darren Lehman again, just rotating the strike so easily as he always does. In this period now, run rate required just 5.8. South Africa need to get it up to 6. Australia need to just keep ticking it over. Looks like could that have been the face of the bat? Well, difficult to call. I'd like to hear what Mike Hazeman and Vincent van der Bijl say. They'll take you through the next period of play.
Not difficult for me to say. It was Pat. Always looks to work on the leg side. There's Ricky Ponting. Scored about 70% of his runs, his centuries, 129 in Bloemfontein on the leg side. And one would hope that eventually the South Africans have got a plan on the go to make sure that he doesn't do that again, that sort of ratio today. Telemarcus has done a very good job. He's almost halfway through his 6 over, 2 for 23. Shark Callis has been a little bit on the expensive side again. 4 overs, no maiden, 1 for 28. Lehman on strike. He's on 16. Clever shot down to third man. John Kent, slight fumble. And Darren Lehman decides to come back. That's great running. That really is very good running. The slightest fumble, out of the blocks and double up. Good opportunity here to have a look at the running of these two. Ponting out of the blocks very quickly. Lehman head down. A little bit of a blind turn, but sees the fumble. And there's confirmation of the slight mistake. And again, this time just strolling through for the single. What a magnificent 6 we saw not so long ago, Vince. Almost into the yoga truck at the back of the ground.
It was an absolutely superb shot. Wonderfully executed. There wasn't too much wrong with that delivery, really. He bowled 2 good balls before, and Ponting decided to take him on, and he did so with great aplomb.
Still the run rate required, 5.8 now, under 6. That's something they've done very well, the Australians. Got off to an absolute flyer. 10 and over for the first 9 overs.
They have done well, because now they've just, it looks from afar that they've got this game and they're monitoring it and controlling it, taking off the singles when they want and then blasting a few boundaries. So a couple of wickets required for South Africa to get back in this game.
No run off the last ball, 19 gone, 145 for 3.
When you get your new limited edition 4-cylinder Camry Advantage automatic with power windows, power steering, cruise control, alloy wheels, driver's SRS airbag and air conditioning for just $26,688, drive away, no more to pay. You'll feel fantastic too.
To his best form after his terrific knock in Durban. Had a bit of a lean patch in the middle of the tour, but got runs, 100 in the first test in Johannesburg. Then Michael Bevan, whose average is remarkable. Shane Watson, we know, can score runs quickly. Got 100 actually on this ground against South Africa A. Run a ball century that was. South Africa have made some serious inroads. 3 quick wickets. It's always nice to see this, Vince. Captain and senior player having a long chat.
Yes, it is. And I think it's been the sort of hallmark of this match, really. When they needed to get together, they have, both in the batting and in the fielding. And it's good to see, because that's what you need. You need to get the team in.
Past Rhodes, protection at third man, should be just the single.
Just felt Cullis has bowled a much better line this game. I know he's still going at 7 and over, which seems to be part and parcel of this particular match, but he's shown good line, and shown good courage.
Still almost a runner ball in the last 20 deliveries. And a runner ball required with 7 wickets in hand. We've seen some wonderful partnerships too in this match. This one's a nice one. It's not frenetic like a lot of the others were, but it's currently 42 off 46 balls.
He's played very good control cricket, and one can see how and why, how highly regarded Lehman is as a one-day player. He knows what's required, and he's gone out there and just quietly going about his business.
Let's look at some of the highest one international runs conceded. It's worked on the leg side. Ponting just wants the single. He's got over 50 first-class hundreds too, Darren Lehman. Scored 10,000 first-class runs before he played his first Test match.
That's quite extraordinary in itself.
And if I'm not mistaken, last season, domestic cricket in Australia scored 10 hundreds in the 4-day game and also the 1-day game. 10 between it was.
That's just a typical shot that he's just developing as he goes through the gap, rotating the strike, right hand, left hand, and we mustn't forget that, because that puts additional pressure on the bowlers to get that line right.
Now that's a tidy over from Jacques Callis. 20 overs gone now, 148 for 3. Run rate's very impressive from an Australian perspective. They've dropped a little bit. Look at that start, going at over 10 the first 5 and 48 runs ahead. 2 wickets worse off though, Australia at this stage, but direct reflection of the flyer they got. Still going at just under 7.5 for the over after 20 overs.
As you can see, wickets now becoming the key. A few wickets here will put Australia on the back foot. No wickets and they'll be streaming ahead.
Skipper's brought himself back into the attack. He's bowled 4 expensive ones so far. Darren Lehman waltzing across outside the off stump, looking to turn that on the leg side for a single. It's been interesting to see how they handle Pollock here, Vince, because they gave him heaps at the start in his first 4. They won't want a tight 3 or 4 overs. 3 overs, call it, from Pollock now.
No, you're absolutely right. And yeah, we see Lehman getting a bit of a tangle, and Pollock bringing himself on is very much throwing down the gauntlet. He'll want to bowl 3 really tight overs now and bring the game back.
This time he works it away quite easily. I think that's been, and you pointed out earlier, Vince, it's been a big feature of this game, the rotation of the strike.
Yes, it has. And I think it just shows the professionals on both these sides in the one-day game. Because as a bowler, you want to develop a pattern to a batsman and develop strategies. And this continual movement, and there's just a typical example, getting inside and just hitting it into the gap.
Lovely line and length from Pollock. You can't do too much with that. Particularly with Rhodes lurking not too far away. Square on the offside. Singled along on.
for me, it's been a very impressive Australian performance. They knew they had to take the game to the South Africans, and they did that in a wondrous way in the beginning. And here you see a really professional approach, and there you see the 150 for 3 and 20,4 overs.
First block of 50 runs in just 28 deliveries, the second in 44. I suppose it's been almost pedestrian, the third, 56. Entertaining cricket, that's for sure. Now what Darren Lehmann will be doing here is looking at the areas that he can get boundaries. He's one of those guys who doesn't like to be tied down for too long, not scared of playing the odd shot in the air. Both mid-off and mid-on are up inside the circle, there in the in zone. There is a sweeper on the offside, also a sweeper on the leg side, fine leg in position, and a third man. So no one back straight. Can't get past Rhodes. 150 for 3.
Travelex are the world's best at foreign exchange for business because all we do is foreign exchange.
5 games, the 6th on the go at the moment, the 7th to be played in Cape Town. And that's a 2:30 start. Will be on Supersport 2. Of course, we start our build-up at 1400 in the studios in Randburg. 4-zip at this stage to Australia. Now, there's an interesting situation there for Buff Lehmann, as he had to go darting back to make sure he got in to his ground, as Jacques Callis threatened to throw out the stumps.
Even taking a little bit of a slip there, and I think Callis must be ruining that he just didn't give it a backward flip.
Now, the interesting thing that I'm talking about, while there's for once no action out in the middle, is that Ricky Ponting called for Andy Bickle to come out at the end of that last over. He had the normal disguise of a drink for Ricky Ponting, but there was a long conversation between Ponting and Andy Bickle. So I wonder if there's going to be some sort of change in the batting order and get someone in, maybe a Brett Lee, for example, to come into the fore the next wicket. And well, it's going to be quite hard, I suppose, for Brett Lee to come into the fore the next wicket.
Yeah, I thought that'd be an interesting move.
Not playing today. That's away on the leg side. But someone else perhaps is going to be given the job just to try and smack a couple.
Mike, would you do that if you were in charge? You're looking at 6 runs and over. You've got in Bevan an absolutely superb one-day player. I really do think it should be business as usual. When I think about the professional in the Australian side, the way they've gone about this game, I don't think they need to go ahead with that.
I agree. Also, you've got Damien Martin as well, who's in good nick. Straight to Rhodes again.
Just an interesting period of play in the last 2 overs. The South Africans just tightening up, putting pressure on. Good delivery, good bit of fielding. Just starting to exert some pressure. The required run rate now is 6,2, just starting to creep up into uncomfortable territory.
Fine of Rhodes this time, the third man for a single. Nicky Bayer is someone who will have to be introduced reasonably soon. There's only 2 candidates, I suppose, to come in and have a bit of a hit, and that's Shane Warne, who doesn't mind doing that sort of stuff, and Shane Watson. A couple of the Shanes, but the second one's only 20 years of age. To wait and see what happens at the fall of the next wicket. 22 overs gone, 153 for 3. Magnificent opening stand between Gilchrist and Hayden. 81 off 55 balls only. This partnership now between Lehman and Ponting is on 49. Single takes it to 50.
A very important partnership for Australia. They just went through a stage of losing a few wickets and they needed some bedding down process at a reasonable pace, and this is just what Ponting and Lehman have given them.
Pollock from around the wicket. 62 balls in 24 minutes. A couple of times as Lehman comes back for the second, that's good running. A couple of times in the series, Lehman has threatened to go on and get himself a big total. He's got a couple of 30s and then tried something just a little bit too cute and has been dismissed. Caught behind, trying to run it down to third man. Also here, working it from off stump or maybe just outside.
This is a lovely shot. It's almost a trademark shot with him. Just comes through, tucks it away. It's good enough as a one-day player as he is to place it for 2.
And again, single this time. He's got a lot of David Hooks about him, for me. Very, very similar style. Of course, David Hooks was captain of South Australia when Darren Lehman played his first-class match, age 17.
He was a superb player, David Hooks, wasn't he? Very fluent. Always reminded me a little bit of David Gower in this fluency and in its excitement of watching him play.
He could murder attacks, that's for sure.
Ponting, as he often does, standing up quite high on his front foot and just placing it through the gap. He plays that shot when he plays on the onside as well, particularly well. Not an easy shot normally to play.
No ball called, so another extra.
There just are a few too many no balls bowled at the moment. Sean Pollock has brought himself on. Here we go. Yes, see him, the wide stretch to give it a bit of extra pace and just landing on the line. But Sean Pollock has brought himself back to get a wicket. And so he will be building up a bit of frustration, and right now he needs one.
Worked away easily by Lehman. Very, very hard to tie down Darren Lehman when he's in this mode. Quite noticeable, Vince, watching the Australian bowlers, Glenn McGrath and Jason Gillespie. They leave no chance of overstepping that line when they're bowling. Their foot is basically, the ball of their foot is on the line as they bowl, so they've got plenty of margin for error. A lot of South Africans are extremely tight all the time. Sean Pollock is one.
Sean has been always stretches close to the line for a very long time.
Change of pace. Good finish from Pollock. Tidy over. 160 for 3. So 23 overs gone now. The rate Australia are going at is still 7 to the over. There's look at the line graph comparisons over by over. Of course, the yellow graph at the top is South Africa batting, and that was a great total of 326 for 3 of 50 overs. A nice increased tempo in the last 10-15 overs, and in the first 10-15 overs of the Australian knock, that was remarkable. I lost 3 quick ones, which certainly stemmed the flow a little bit. And Nicky Bayer has been introduced into the attack. One minor concern I have here, Vince, is that the batsman is hitting with the wind, and it's not the biggest of boundaries straight. Nicky Bayer's bowling into it, and the batsman will be hitting with it.
Yes, and I mean, we've seen the slowness of the wicket means that his length has to be perfect. And that's a typical example of what the batsmen feel about the wicket, because they're looking actually to play off the back foot to give themselves room. It wasn't quite there. A little bit of turn.
Another single.
Nice period of play now, Mike. Ponting and Lehman must be thinking, well, this is the man we've got to go and really put ourselves ahead. And so it's going to be a fascinating period. If Nicky Boget can bowl well here, he can really tie up the flow of runs, which will put increasing pressure on these two.
There's been some tight overs the last 2 or 3. They won't mind doing this though, just tucking it around and picking up the 1s and 2s and rotating the strike. Only takes 1 or 2 fearsome blows, which we know that both these players are capable of, to get things right back on track.
If they can keep rotating the strike like this, they'll be very happy, because they'll be waiting for that loose ball just to give the score added momentum.
Past Nicky Boyer and also Ricky Ponting for a single. Oh, that's a very, very good delivery from Boyer. Around the wicket, it's certainly turned. Half a shout from Boucher.
Let's just have a look at it. Coming through, fine delivery. It's coming through, would have gone past off stump.
Again, they can rotate. So tidy over first up, 4 runs from it. 164 for 3. Telemarcus has been the pick of the bowlers so far, picked up 2 wickets as well. Pollock continues, he's been economical. Well supported by some very good South African fielding.
This is the good tactical part of a one-day match, isn't it? It's when you don't see a huge amount of boundaries. You see tactics coming into play. Australia's just moving up to 6,3. They don't want to let it get anywhere near 7. But no one's panicking out there. They're looking at taking singles and they're just waiting for that bad ball to come.
You've always got more time than you think as a batsman in the one-day game. Past the outside edge.
Well, Lehman was tempted into a one-day run down to third man, as you'll see it here. The ball had a bit of pace, just bounced a little bit normal, and could easily have given that a touch.
Yes, it's a shot that's undone him a couple of times in the series. One he should put in the cupboard, I think, for a little while.
That's more his trademark shot. Seems to prefer to get behind it and tuck it through than actually just wafting it slightly down on the offside.
Another no ball called. Sean Pollock upset with himself for overstepping yet again. Already got 1 wicket off a no ball today, have South Africa. They wouldn't want that to happen twice.
With such a tight game, you just don't want to give the opposition one more over. Here we go, overstepping again.
Lehman has to get back, does so. This is good cricket from South Africa. Really drying up the runs here. There's no boundary balls on offer anywhere.
Yeah, you're right. The last 4 or 5 overs have just tightened things up. The required run rate just sneaks up 1 to 6,4. Just 5,9, what, 5 overs ago?
It's good running. As soon as it went past Herschel Gibbs, scooting in from mid-on, they knew they could scramble a single. 168 for 3. Australia still 36 runs ahead of where South Africa were, the halfway mark. 25 overs gone now. That run rate has just dropped again, down to 6.7 per over, but that's more than acceptable. And the required rate from here is just under 6.5. Down the track. Straight to Mackay at long off. Looking to try and upset the length.
It's quite an interesting pattern, really, because even though they're still playing well, 5 runs and over, it seems as though frustration's building up, when perhaps it's not really necessary.
Wide will be called.
Just straight down the leg side. Berger's got a number of dismissals round the legs in the past.
That's beautifully bowled. Nice pace through the air. %35 of the runs and boundaries. So another tight over building here, just 2 runs off it so far. Correction, 3 runs with the wide. And now they get it to 4. There's still 1 ball remaining.
I suppose that's the point, isn't it? I mean, it's been tidy, it's been controlled. They've still got 4 of the over, 1 ball to go. No extravagant shots. Lehman just in that second one, just wanting to blast it, but the ball was well up to him, so went along the ground straight to the fielder.
Brilliant from Rhodes. Outstanding stuff from Johnny Rhodes, diving full length to his right. End of the over, 172 for 3. Georgie Rhodes ever alert in that mid-wicket region. Darren Lehman was looking for more than 1 had it gone past him. $172 for 3 now. After 26 overs, Sean Pollock to start his 8th. Ricky Ponting just looking to advance down the track a little bit to just get the feeling he's looking to step on the gas at the moment to try and get that run rate up a little bit. Now it's required 6.5 from here. Change of voice in the Supersport commentary box. Roger Prideaux and also Garth LaRue.
Well, you see it again, absolutely beautiful. Fractionally short and whack it goes. This man Ponting, devastating player as well. With purpose down the third man, want the 2. What advice not to take it though, that man's got a good arm.
Well, Pollock in his second spell has done a lot better, but just the release ball coming in this over, the boundary. You just sense, don't you, Garth, that the Australians are now going to just try and get that tempo up a bit.
Yes, Lehmann, without much fuss, just running around nicely. He's got 31 in 41 balls without taking any risks, just opens the face without too much fuss. Very stylish.
Question is, what's Pollock going to do with himself? This is his 8th over. Does he save himself for the end?
Runs coming without any fuss at a runner ball and not taking any chances, and when that release ball comes, that pops off for 4. So takes Australia now to 179 for 3.
Well, South Africa have done pretty well. Last time I was on commentary just over half an hour ago, the run rate required was 5.9. That now has been pushed up to 6.4. So South Africa doing all they can to put the Australian batsmen under pressure. But you just get the feeling that Ricky Ponting and Darren Lehmann, both vastly experienced one-day cricketers, are reading the situation well. They're having a chat together at the moment in the middle of the pitch. The year's 2 overs have cost 8. He hasn't bowled badly at all. Martini, well, it's been a bad day for him. Pollock's first 4 overs went for over 30, but Bier it is.
Bier's doing a whole lot better job than quite good. He's only going for 4 and over. Remember, the rate required 6.5, so his captain would be delighted with him. And Telemarcus, he got that vital breakthrough, and also just above 4 and over. Gets away with that one, does Nicky Bier. That was sliding down the leg side. Every ball now so important that no runs are scored of it. From a South African point of view, of course. Australians, they're happy to tick it along as they are.
And the other thing too, Garth, is that Bier's managed to get 1 or 2 to turn. He's pushing the ball through, which is understandable. You give it a bit of air here, you're going to be whacked into the stand away to where the band is playing. But if he pushes it through, he is getting a bit of purchase, and certainly the right-hander, the ball leaving him. He can't be dancing down the wicket too often.
Lehmann again with a deft touch. Waited for it, watched it onto the blade. Comfortable 2. Yes, South Africans really need to get another wicket or 2 here. It's looking a bit too controlled by the Australians. is that turn that Roger was talking about. Believe me, if that didn't turn, it would have got slapped away, but just at the end it gripped and went. It's the end of the 28th over. 184 for 3.
Yeah, 5 runs coming off it, so just ticking along nicely, these two. Pollock has got to think of ways of bringing that run rate down. Partnership now worth 79. It's taken 100 deliveries, as opposed to the frenetic first one, which was 81 off just 55.
Well, we were speculating about a little rest for Sean Pollock, and that will happen. Teeny's the man given the job of trying to stem this flow, or better still, of getting a wicket or two. I think he was a little unlucky early on. He tried manfully in a ferocious attack on the South Africans. Stood up manfully, got a wicket off a no ball, and then made amends with an absolutely beautiful catch in the outer. Time though for the ball now. Time to make amends for that 53 that he conceded.
Yeah, it's a brave move in a way, isn't it? Because looking at those figures, you'd have thought that Mackay and Teeny should be kept on the sidelines. John Kent is the other man who can bowl, but he had an indifferent start in Durban 3 days ago, that day-night game. So Pollock preferring to revert to the experience in Teeny. He's changed ends for him, bringing him down the hill with the wind. Maybe that'll make a difference.
Well, there are 22 overs still to go. I think the reason Teeny's back is Pollock realises that a wicket or two is vital here. They aren't containing Australians, but a wicket or two certainly will put a big break on this run rate. Wide and gets the treatment, but there is a sweeper.
Yes, from that point of view, you're absolutely right. And Teeny's probably the one bowler who's more of a wicket taker. He's got 8 wickets in this series. But my word, he's got to bowl straight and he's got to bowl as full as possible. The first delivery was not a very good omen.
The dreaded no ball as well.
This has been a bane of the South African bowlers in this series. Extras have cost them plenty. Most of them around about 16, 17 a match. No balls have been plentiful. They brought it down a little bit in the last match in Durban. But again, can't afford to keep doing that. Teeny's already got a wicket with a no ball, that of Gilchrist. We all thought that was going to cost him plenty. It didn't.
He's running down the hill now for your... Well, have a look at that. Total of 10. That's also 10 extra balls, remember? Okay, they have a huge total, but 10 extra balls, 10 extra runs. You're not playing a 50 over game anymore. You're playing a 52 or 53 over game. Very silly, very costly. Better that time. But just remember, he is bowling down this little hill, and the wind now is from his right. So it's all about that rhythm for the fast bowler. Buffeting's different from up the hill, so let's excuse him and reckon that that's the reason. Too wide, but Jonty Rhodes the man. That stung because it came off the blade. The big old rate of knots.
Yes, I guess as a fast bowler particularly, and you'll be able to put me right about this, if you are bowling downhill with the wind, and there is quite a slope here. It's about, I would think, 4 or 5 feet from that duck pond end down to the Park Drive end where we are. You have to adjust yourself quite a lot.
Oh, halfway down, but they still get a single, but they have to scamper. Jonty Rhodes, the man, onto it like a seagull on a hot chip.
Well, Lehman was never ever going to allow this to hit the wickets. Jonty Rhodes quick as a flash, but the big frame of Lehman made sure that he kept in line between Rhodes and those stumps, and just as well he would have been out by a mile.
He's very much on the back foot. More runs, I'm afraid. 4 more runs. That little faint little nick down the offside there. Well positioned, well placed for Ricky Ponting, and guess what that does? It takes him to 53. Just 63 balls. Excellent captain's innings. Came in after that huge opening stand, that belligerent opening stand, and he brought calmness into it.
He's had a wonderful time here in South Africa. His mind goes back to the innings he played at Cape Town in the 5-day series. Started off pretty slowly in the 1-day series, and then a magnificent 120 at Bloemfontein a week ago today, and then another fine knock at Durban, and not out knock there. Partnership now 88.
Tuesday nights.
Sheer determination and your belief. That's what's going to win it for us today.
It's a warts and all. No holds barred.
That try was tight.
Fly on the wall look at what really went on behind the scenes during the Lions tour of Australia.
It'll be the toughest game we play.
We'll take you into the heart of the Lions' den, but be warned the language contained in this special is explicit and may offend some viewers.
Let's be ruthless.
Part 2 of Living with the Lions, Tuesday 9:30 on 2.
Tells you that Ricky Ponting is a all-round the wicket player. Also tells you that the bowling was probably both sides of those stumps. You'd love it to be 80-20 to the offside. Ponting marches relentlessly on. Takes him to 54, and he doesn't look like he's in any bother at all. He's scoring at 5 and over, 6 and over, absolutely at will. Their current rate is 6,6. They're needing 6.4.
Yes, as long as that run rate required stays in the mid-6s, there's no real problem for Australia with 7 wickets in hand.
Oh, that little bit of turn again, just giving a glimmer of hope and a scramble. That look tells it all. He knows he's actually done Ricky Ponting there. It's gripped its turn, but it's got a little edge on it. Leading edge, in fact, and lo and behold, not only that, they get the single.
Yes, as soon as you saw Ricky Ponting look to play it on the onside, you thought he could be in a bit of trouble. But there is really no pace in this wicket, and you've got time to adjust.
There's a one every time if you bash it straight down the ground. Something has got to be done to stem this flow. It's just coming too easily.
You're absolutely right, Garth. You see, there's just 2 men in saving the singles. 3 now, 2 on the onside to the right-hander. Another one's coming up just behind square on the offside. Still, they can't stop the single.
Yes, a few overs ago, the South Africans seemed to be clawing at the back, seemed to be just resting a little bit of initiative. But the last 3 or 4 overs, I'm afraid the Australians showed their supremacy again. A dot ball, a rare thing. It's the end of the 30th over. Australia 197 for 3.
Well, it looked pretty good over from Nicky Boyer, but he went for 5 runs. And that's not putting the Australians under enough pressure.
And that tells you that the people of Port Elizabeth love the game of cricket. Just about 1,000 or so more that you can fit in this ground. And the atmosphere has been electric. They've seen some special stuff today from South Africa, and then of course the Australians, absolutely magnificent. But the run rate is dropping a fraction.
Yeah, interesting looking at that, because it's decreasing all the time, which is a bad sign. But when you see that the first 5 overs they were going at over 10 and it's been decreasing down to 6, it's not really that much of a problem. Not an amazing first 5 overs. Incredible stuff.
Well, that shows you what this buffeting wind is all about that we keep talking about. It's not easy bowling with that coming across the ground. You'd want 2, but only the 1.
For old Makarantini, 6 overs, none for 61. It's 10 and over. And the start of his 7th, single coming off it. Jonty Rhodes doing everything he can just to keep the spirits up. Change of field. The man coming into a gully position, Jock Callis.
Oh, he's hit it through the onside. There's nobody fielding out there. It's a free hit, no sweeper. 4 more to the Aussies. This batting service is just so magnificent. You can stand there and just slog it.
But look where he came. He went right over to outside the off stump, and the length was wrong, but he knew where he was going to hit it. There was no man there, and straight as a die. Safe shot. Looked like a slog, but it wasn't.
Same place. Jonty Rhodes, magnificent in that backward gully position, backward point. Only one man alive could stop that, and I think you've seen him. Magnificent stuff.
Well, I was looking at the boundary. They have 4 written all over it. Beautifully hit by Lehman.
Yes, there's a lot of man there in that Lehman, and he flayed it, absolutely flayed it. Must have been going at 200 clicks an hour when Jonty Rhodes dived onto that. Oh dear. And that, I tell you, is purposely played as well. He does have a deft touch when it comes to sliding it past third man. Beautifully played.
Big over this for Australia. And Daryl Neiman takes him up to 46. And Tini did the right thing, try to get it up in the block hole straight. And what does Lehman do? It wasn't straight enough. He just gets a little bit of bat on it, angles it, and no one down there fine.
Genuine wide delivery. Kayantini gets away with that. Moved on to 46 now. Darren Lehman, just 56 balls, and you've hardly seen him play any huge shots. Just sort of accumulates them.
And you need 120, 121. 327 is a huge score, and they look like as though they're walking it.
Yes, unless somebody gets a hat-trick here, it's going to be a walk in the park. Oh, that's a wide ball, and it's not called. It's the end of the 31st over now. Australia 206 for 3.
10 off that over. 2 boundaries to Darren Lehman.
Well, that's the business there. The Aussies are now 206 for 3. They'll have a short break, and we'll be back with you in about a minute or 2.
Tuesday nights.
Sheer determination and your belief. That's what's going to win it for us today.
It's a warts and all. No holds barred.
That try was tight.
Fly on the wall look at what really went on behind the scenes during the Lions tour of Australia.
It'll be the toughest game we play.
We'll take you into the heart of the Lions' den, but be warned the language contained in this special is explicit and may offend some viewers.
Let's be ruthless.
Part 2 of Living with the Lions, Tuesday, 9:30 on 2. 7:30 Monday morning on 1 from the NBA. It's a massive showdown in the Eastern Conference as Philadelphia tip off against Milwaukee. There's nothing to separate the 76ers and the Bucks as they both look to the playoffs just inside the 8 and with everything to play for. The NBA, Philadelphia versus Milwaukee, 7:30 Monday morning on 1. Want the inside word on rugby? Join Greg Clark every Thursday for Australia's most comprehensive roundup from the world of rugby union.
Hello everyone, thanks for joining us.
Catch up with all the news, views and stories that are making the headlines both home and abroad.
This is wonderful stuff.
And with a host of special guests.
I didn't realise you wanted me to speak.
It's 60 minutes of essential viewing. So join the team on Inside Rugby, Thursday 7:30 on 1. Next weekend in sport, we're into the business end of the Super 12.
Here's a chance.
Every game live. NRL Super Saturday dishes up 3 games in a row live.
But here comes the dunk.
It's a frenetic scramble for the top placings as the NBL heads into the grand finals live. Then we head to the Augusta National for the prestigious US Masters.
Oh, this is some good stuff here.
Where the best golfers in the world will be competing for the green jacket live. It's a great weekend of sports. The French Open live from Roland Garros starts Monday, May 27 on 2.
Prior to this, and unless some miracle happens here, I'm afraid it is going to get chased down.
And Macarantini in danger of a very dubious record. The most expensive bowling in a 10-over match goes to a Mr. ALF Demel of Sri Lanka against West Indies back in Karachi 1987-88, and he went for 97 off 10. Took 1 wicket. I'm afraid Mackay, with 7 overs for 70, is well on track for that.
Back live. That one goes to the sweeper. Boye is still doing a fantastic job for the team in the context of this whole fight back by the South Africans. He's just gone for 16. That's 4 to the over. Now 4 to the over against these Australians is a pretty good scoring rate. That might change things. That's in the air. That's a 1 bounce 4. Well, everything seems to be going their way right now. Could have got a fraction squarer, could have got caught, but not the case.
One of the impressive things I've been watching Darren Lehmann in this series is his placement. And again, he knew exactly where he wanted to hit that one. And that's where it went. In between the 2 men on the boundary.
In that 50, Darryl Lehmann took just 58 balls. The burly figure of Lehmann. A deft touch. You've seen him squirt them around through the offside, and then of course he also has the ability to give you a solid biff.
Well, not only is he a vastly experienced player for Australia, but of course he plays a lot of his cricket now for Yorkshire in the English County Championship. And they in fact won the County Championship in England this last season.
And the reverse sweep is going to bring a run.
This man's off to England too, as we just watched that reverse sweep by Darren Lehmann. It turned, and I think Nicky Boyer's shot was a little bit too vociferous.
Well, he'd come so far down the wicket, hadn't he? Probably just hit him outside the line, and Tooney to miss the other side. Can never give that out. solid blow. John Kent does the stuff. Australia 215 for 3.
Well, there's only two men in my book who can really play the reverse sweep. One is Jonty Rhodes and the other is Andy Flower. The rest of them a long way off those two.
There are 18 overs remaining. The rate required is 6.2 to the over. The Australians have plenty of wickets in hand. Still to come, Damien Martin, Michael Bevan, among others. And of course, these two at the crease, Lehmann and Ponting, do not look like they're going to get out in a rush. Decisions here. What do we do? John Kent is going to get given the ball. Kayantini has gone to play fetch today, I'm afraid. 7 overs for 70, and he makes way now for John Kent, who struggled in the last match at Kingsmead. He didn't get the right length or the right line. Today is going to be another stern test for this young fella.
Couldn't be sterner, could it? Partnership now 111. These two really going well on a flat wicket with no margin of error. Phew, I wouldn't like to be him.
Yes, it really has been tough, but got to give the credit to these Australians. Look at what they're scoring like. Fantastic. 61 balls for 50, 69 for 59, and not a blemish. Can't remember when the last ball went past the blade. Tough day at the office, I think you can call this one.
He was lucky.
Yes, I'm afraid when you're bowling at two guys as well set as this, you can almost be excused for the odd one sticking in the claw before it wants to come out in the right time. And it might have a little sweaty palm or two as well. Better, straighter, but guess what? Runs. Buys, in fact. Missed everything except the fielder down on the fence.
It's a strange shot actually from Darren Lehmann. He hasn't really seen an awful lot of John Kent. Second ball, very ambitious shot.
Oh dear. I thought that would be covered by the fine leg, and it wasn't. Straightish ball, not too much long. Big old heave from Lehmann, and 4's the result.
That's the problem, isn't it? There wasn't really a lot wrong with that delivery. The length was not right. It should have been a little bit further up, but it was straight. And Lehmann just flicked it away.
Once again, this batting service is so good. It's not too fast that you've got to rush the players, and it's not too slow that they can't play shots. Just perfect. There it goes again. Plays that shot so deftly.
6 off the over. 2 deliveries left.
Oh, 2 leg side-ish. There's another one down there for the Australians. We just need wickets to the South Africans. That's the only way that this is going to become some sort of a game. Yeah. That's the end of the over. Australia 2:23 for 3. When we get back, it's Pat Simcox and Vince van der Bijl.
So 2:22 for 3. Boyer will take up the challenge. Little shimmy down the wicket. Easy single. Well, Vince, I think that we are now in the session that'll decide the match. You and I will call it. How do you call it now?
I call it it's Aussies' way. I mean, they played a truly professional game. It's almost as though they like the challenge. They revel in it. They forced it up their own ante, and they just respond to it so superbly well. And that's what they've done this game.
That's gone. Has that gone out the ground? Well, it's got into the crowd. It's gone a long way.
Was a superb shot, dragged all the way around from off stump, hit with superb timing. And here we see it across there, just drags it across in a superb shot.
It's all going along very nicely now. Somehow the South Africans have got to get that rate up to over 6.5. Just put a little bit of pressure, ask the Australians to play some risk shots. Darren Lehman gives himself such nice room, gets his right leg out the way, able to use the arms.
Yeah, just sort of freed up his arms so superbly, as you will see. Just a full-blooded shot.
And that should be a wide, and is. Not much margin for error, but yeah, not happy about it. That's the rule.
It's been a very impressive partnership, Pat, hasn't it? They've come in during a time they didn't overextend themselves. They just kept it at 4 and 5 and over while they got their eye in. Just played very controlled cricket. I just remember one player missed during the period, Lehman off Pollock.
Jonty Rhodes. No, it's not. It's Herschel Gibbs. And the shadows now starting to stretch across St George's Park. Pretty sure we'll see those lights being put on.
Well played again by Ponting. He does play that shot through mid-on so deliciously well.
Well, that'll end Boyer's over. 2:33 for 3. And the shadows that I spoke about, stretching all over, across the pitch, doesn't make life easy for a batter. Now, one of the problems that Sean Pollock's got is he's got to get a wicket. And to get a wicket, he's going to need some bowlers or some fielders to get in the circle. The less that there are, the easier the singles come. So he's got to bring a man up and ask them to take some risks. Having said that, bring the man up and the risks don't pay off, he's lost the match. Fine balance he's got to maintain now.
Yeah, I think his field placing for Kent is right. You know, Kent is the 5th or 6th bowler for South Africa. He uses changes of pace, and so they want Australia to get after him. And as you say, it's difficult to keep the runs down with only 4 in the inner circle. But I think that's correct.
Just punched down the ground.
You almost, Pat, you just need a flash of brilliance. And here we see this marvellous catch by Amtini. What an outstanding catch. Running in is so difficult.
Well, I think it was brave, because if you misjudge it, Vince, by half a foot, you got no teeth. That's Lehman at his best. That's 4 more. Such disdain. And John Kent can't believe he's run into the steam train.
I've so enjoyed watching Lehman play this innings. I think he's played supremely well. Just absolute control, knows where the gaps are, follows through. Superb.
Yeah, he reminds me of a craftsman. He's an artist at one-day cricket. That's hit powerfully. Jonty Rhodes not able to get a hand on it. He bounced just in front of him. Not often that you see Rhodes. He's angry with himself. Such a high standard. That was the next wicket. There was Harvey. Tried to run it down, rotate the strike. Got the outside edge. Regulation catch to Boucher. And at that stage, South Africa really needed that wicket.
Yeah, just one-day shot running down, getting an outside edge. And that just started to change the match at that stage.
In the air, over Pollock's head. So easy. 4 to end the over from Kent. 243 for 3.
$243 for 3 after 35. Just a 4 of the last over to round it off, and you can see that run rate starting to creep up again, reaching a low of 6.6. Now it's 6.9 as these two play a wonderful partnership together, really in control at this moment. And South Africa needs a flash of brilliance to get them back in. Needs some really good fielding. They just need something to spur them on.
Well, they're certainly more than 40-odd runs to the better. And South Africa, Callis is coming back into the attack now. He's gone at a rate of 5.7. He goes at that now. They've lost the match. 4 overs left in his spell. He's one of the frontline bowlers. Sean Pollock and him having a discussion. No doubt they've got to get this fielding right. And Callis is one of the better bowlers for South Africa with reverse swing. So I wouldn't be surprised to see just a little hint of it. But Pollock's now got to get 4 men in that circle. And Callis is going to come around the wicket to Lehman, who likes to get onto the off stump and just work it around. Just be the single. Almost a travesty.
Yeah, it's just they're just in control, and from the South African point of view, the difficulty is that wickets are required to win this match. There's no doubt about it. And there has to be, I think, a sort of shift in strategy by bring on Callis, give them 5 on the end, let them try and go for it, because they do need wickets desperately. There's not one South African bowler that's gone for under 5.6. So by trying to contain it, obviously there's no way.
That'll be 4. That is a magnificent drive from Ponting. Majestic drive.
Yeah, one of the shots of the day. Yes, it was a half volley, but just look at the superb play. Full swing of the arms, full face of the bat going through, and hit with immense power.
In the air, just short of Herschel Gibbs. Now that could just so easily have lobbed into Gibbs and got rid of Ponting. That's what you talked about, Vince.
Yes, I think this is quite unfortunate because I think the shadow had something to do with it, because Gibbs, as you can see, is almost stuck there. Couldn't quite get the depth perception right. And otherwise, normally, I think he would have got there.
Too easy. Yes, Herschel Gibbs is walking in with his hand, shielding his face from the sun, and you spotted that pretty well. There's no doubt that he was rooted to his... That was the dismissal of Matthew Hayden. Now, that catch, Sean Pollock enjoyed, and he knew that at that stage, at 104 for 3, it was a critical one to take.
Look at this control here. He really looks so solid in that. Absolute concentration.
It's flashed away fine. It's well fielded.
Brilliant piece of fielding there by Nick Baget. The one good thing is the South Africans are really going hard here. Well played, hit it late, and just look at this magnificent fielding.
It is, because Nicky Boyer is left-handed and he's gone to his wrong hand, and that's always difficult. So Jacques Callis, last ball of his over. Punched away, just another single. Ends the over, 252 for 3.
Thursday, April 18, World Cup fever's building as England clash with Paraguay, live from Anfield.
And it's Fowler, he's in here!
Live, England versus Paraguay, 4:45 Thursday morning, April 18 on 1. Due to recent world events, a number of our programs in your April magazine have changed or been cancelled. Get online at foxsports.com.au for the most up-to-the-minute programming, or check your on-air program guide for details.
Rate required, 5.4. 252 for 3 after 36 overs. Well, if you walked in the ground now and you knew what the batting lineup was to come, Martin, Bevan, Watson, Warne, with Ponting and Lehman still at the crease in 72 respectively, you'd be hard-pressed to come up with a reason why they couldn't win. Now, Pollock's playing all the cards he's got, and one of them is the man who did some breakthrough early on, Roger Telemarcus. And he's going to need to do something special.
It certainly, Pat, is the right thing to do. He's got to put on his, what he regards as his best strike bowler to get 1 or 2 wickets here. Telemarcus has taken 2 very important wickets so far, and he's been brought on to strike through this partnership.
Just a lack of swing, Vince. I don't know if it's been evident to you, but lack of swing and lack of full bowling. So much scored square of the wicket because of the length.
I think you're right on both counts. I think firstly the swing today, the only swing we've really seen is reverse swing from Glenn McGrath, and it might be a function of the coldness of the air, but just generally swing bowlers have been diluted and gone quiet in the last season. On the other side, the length has been very significant in the early part of this Australian innings. We were bowling short of a length, South Africa, and really being taken.
That's a good delivery. A rare miss by Ponting. Almost catches Boucher by surprise.
Yes, it does, but it was a nice pace from Telemarcus. He come here and watch this determination through, gets that additional bounce, and to change this game, there are going to be a few deliveries there finding the outside edge.
.149 partnership at the moment. Just 153 deliveries. That is superb batting at any level of cricket. Another mishit. Don't often see that. fourth wicket partnership at St George's Park. That's been broken and built on. Oh, leg stump, easy to work away on this wicket. That's the other thing I need to ask you is, having been a fast bowler yourself, is if you want, we've said we didn't see too much swing, but to get swing you've got to bowl it fuller.
No, you're absolutely right. I mean, I think in the first session of play today, the Australians, I think, had summed up, Intini in particular, knowing he was going over the wicket, there's going to be pitching outside legs, so anything short they could really have a free hit at, and they did that superbly well. And then Hayden played incredibly well against Pollock, I thought.
It's chipped away in the air and just past the outstretched arms of Graeme Smith. So close. I think it might have bounced inside. So easily could that have gone into Smith's hands.
Does Lehman playing the shot he likes to play? Ball coming in, heaving in a little bit across. A controlled shot's in his view, I've got absolutely no doubt. And then a marvellous effort by Graeme Smith. And just not quite getting there. Look at that effort, just got fingertips to it.
Clearly bounced inside. Good effort from Smith. But as you've said, it wasn't a chancy shot. It was controlled by Lehman. He wanted it to go there. That's the delivery to be bowling. Not too many people hit those to the boundary. End of the 37th, 2:58 for 3. So Sean Pollock, what options has he got left? A big conversation taking place at the wicket, and he's got a feeling he might turn to someone really unconventional. There's a lot of wind around, and just maybe Graeme Smith might turn his arm over. Now, Graeme Smith bowls little off spinners. He's used a couple of bowlers already. He's used 6, and none have been successful. Telemarcus, the best of the lot, just under 5 and over. But John Kent, 6th bowler, gone for 16. So where do you go next? The 7th bowler to be used, Graeme Smith. He's never bowled in an international or test match. Bowls a bit for his province down in Cape Town, Western Province. He's taken a couple of wickets in the domestic season. Nothing special, just a little spinner.
Yeah, Pat, I think the other side is the Australians haven't seen him bowl. You know, they're not used to us bowling a leg spinner. Sorry, South Africa bowling a leg off spinner. And I think it's a nice move. It shows a bit of innovative captaincy. And I'm happy to see the change here.
Yes, and remembering that in the Australian squad there's no off spinner neither. So they won't have had too much match practice in the last 2.5 months against that, even at the nets. So maybe it is a good move. Well, let's have a see. Darren Lehman's known as one of the best players of spin around. Not an easy task. Well, he starts with a wide and no turn. And Lehman standing way outside the leg stump, forcing him to bowl there.
Yeah, difficult call for Graeme, but I think he's got the, in South Africa we call it the chutzpah, or the character.
Well, a bit of turn and bounce. Now Darren Lehman likes to stand way outside the leg stump.
Good delivery. I'll be very happy with that. He's got to place another 5.
Another good delivery. Just sense that Smith's ready for the challenge. He's that kind of guy. He's that kind of personality with his batting as well.
Yes, he's had a very impressive start to his international career.
Nicely bowled again. Well, just one run so far.
Yes, there's no doubt Lehman will take up the challenge now. There have been a few verbals out there with Graham coming in new, I've heard, and so they won't want him to settle in too easily to this new task.
Down the ground. Just one bounce. Well, that was in the air for a while. Smith thought, got my first wicket. Lehman really just chipped it.
Yeah, Graham Smith's hands were up in the air. He thought, there he goes. He thought, oh dear, it's not carrying. Disappointment.
Ponting will take up the challenge, that's for sure. Now somebody that's got 25 wickets and an average of 21 in the domestic competition, you wouldn't feel too bad about bowling him.
Yes, I mean, I think in one-day cricket, for a part-time bowler, 1 wicket a match is fair going.
Well, that's a good over from Graham Smith. 261 for 3.
But it is interesting the way the Australians handled him. Hadn't seen him before, nothing too extravagant, a little bit of a chip from Lehman, but just watching him, seeing what he can do.
Sun starting to go behind this big pavilion. Graham Smith 21 wickets, or 25 wickets at 21, I think, something like that. John Kent in the last domestic season, 11 matches, 10 wickets. So it certainly justifies bowling Graham Smith.
And there you see Graham Smith suddenly rocketing to the front of the table. His first over in international cricket.
Certainly won't forget the first delivery though. Down the leg side wide. Just be the single off the pad.
Pat, watching Ponting and Lehman bat, one just realises with 4 up in the circle how many gaps there are in one-day cricket, and those aspiring cricketers watching this match should just look and learn from this performance, which really is one of the highest order.
It's well bowled from Telemarcus in the block hole. And every dot ball now increases that run rate. That's what Pollock's needing. Sean Pollock walking around, egging his team on. A lot of clapping of hands and just keeping him in the game. He knows that a wicket or two or 2 or 3 good overs and suddenly it could be a hell of a game on. It's a full toss, nearly chipped down mid-on.
Just a little bit higher than he expected. Fortunate not to go all the way from Ponting's point of view. He moves to 74.
Sean Pollock into the action. It's well fielded. And they'll get the single now. Well, it was going to be close. That man, Herschel Gibbs, he's got some pace.
Yes, it was. You watch it, A good throw here, deflects off Telemarcus with an oomph as it goes through, and then wonderfully Gibbs as always, but Ponting well in.
Well, had that hit, I fancy you'd have been gone, yes. It was good fielding from Gibbs, but let it be said that should never have been the single. Telemarcus didn't get down quick enough. Well, I think Ponting's trying to play that to the onside. Oh, that's sloppy cricket. That's the last thing the Proteas need right now.
Yeah. Yeah, we see it. Telemarcus trying to flick it back and missing, but giving away the single.
Leg side again. It's the angle. It'll be 2 off the pad, I think. That'll end the over. 265 for 3. .267 for 3. 39 overs gone. Well, got to be said that right now Australia are in command. Graham Smith in his second over international cricket. Just went for 2 in the first. Let's have a look and see how they read him now. Just a single.
We're interested to see how this over plays. The honeymoon of the first over's over, and a good challenge ahead of us.
Well, I'd be tempted to bring mid off or mid on up. Try and ask them to hit over the top. Lehman's looking to hit straight down the ground. First one that's in the hitting area. Should just be a single, and it is. Oh, Boyer has been taken on. I don't think Boyer expected it at all. Poor intensity as he came in.
Yeah, he'll be disappointed with that. Nice square cut. Boyer getting down, and really shouldn't have been to there.
That's what I talked about. First one in the hitting area was going to go straight. Welcome to the big time, Graham Smith. Those little phantom spinners down in the state or provincial cricket. Not easy.
Yes, a superb shot. Look at that. Full face of that bat. Hit crisply. Could have gone all the way if he had wanted to, I think. Just trying to get the direction right.
Chipped away again. I can see Boyer won't let that happen the second time. Graham Smith showing just a little bit of inexperience there. He's been hit down the ground. And as you would know, Vince, the cardinal sin. Guessing it's going to happen again, dropping it short.
Yeah, understandable because he hasn't bowled at this level before. And Lehman, knowing the knowledgeable, the experienced, the extraordinary one-day player that he is.
Worked away for another single by Ponting. Ends the over. 40 gone. 277 for 3. So the lights are on and the run rate 6.9. Just 10 left. And look how far ahead they are. 50, 52. No ball called. The last thing that Telemarcus needs right now is to bowl next to delivery.
This is a very somber time, and here we see the no ball coming through on the line. That's what it was. Very somber time for South Africa, because the whole look at the attack now has to be definitively done.
Powerfully driven and beautifully fielded by Herschel Gibbs again.
It is wonderful watching Gibbs and Rhodes in the covers. Just watch this beautiful at full stretch, one hand solid up for the throw.
Even before we get off this period of play, turned away nicely, just a single. There's been a high percentage of no balls bowled in this series by South Africa, and you being someone who's toiled away from a long run-up, not too often you get those size 15 of yours going over the front line.
I do think you get bowlers who flirt with the line and others that don't. I think Sean Pollock, I think all his career has flirted with the line. And I just think that discipline, you get used to seeing where the wickets are when you're in delivery stride.
Up and over. That'll run away for 4.
This is a wonderful shot. We saw Cullis play one of these in the South African innings. Just have a look at this. Full face of the bat, glorious follow through, full extension. Even if you don't get it in the middle, it's going to go over the top. Look at that. Absolutely wonderful shot.
He has to go back to those no balls, and how do you correct them? Worked away on the onside, just a single.
Pat, it's like anything. It's like, how do you bowl a Yorker? You get out there and practice and you bowl. And you get used to bowling Yorkers. And that's so when you get to the end of your run-up and you say, I want to bowl a Yorker, you just click on the brain and off you go, and then you worry about line. And really it requires a lot of practice. I think in the nets generally, through cricket over the years, there's sloppy discipline in no balls. People, I remember Pat Trimble and Darryl Bester, when they used to bowl in the nets, were often a foot, a yard over. And that's where the discipline has to be, because you need discipline out there in one-day cricket. You can't allow yourself to have to bowl 2 more overs as a team.
Well, Darren Lehman trying to work that over slip area. It's the one for the over. Now, a lot of people talk about having vision when you're running to bowl, the distance that you're going to run in and bowl from. How important is that?
Yes, you do have it. I mean, I think instinctively you're exactly aware where the wickets are, because your eyes are on the batter. So there is a sense of understanding your surroundings. But that does come through serious practice. It doesn't just happen.
23 runs of the last 20 balls. It's well bowled in the block hole, but it's worked away. Just be the single. Well, ends the 41st over. 285 for 3. The last wicket fell at 104. Partnership now 181, just off 183 balls. And Graham Smith staying on. He's bowled 2 overs for 11. Lehman hit him for 4 straight in the last over. So just tough times ahead for Graham Smith, one fancies. Lehman giving himself some more room, and he's thrashed that wide of the extra cover. They'll come back for the second. Lehman will have to hurry, and does. Well, one gets a sense that at required rate of 4.7 it's starting to slip away. Interested to hear what Garth Leroux has to say with him. Mike Hazeman, a smiling Mike Hazeman, it must be said.
Thank you, Patrick. It's good brisk running by Darren Lehman in particular, getting those legs pumping nice and hard. Yes, it's just been a superb performance so far. Gone. Made it into a Yorker. Slid through. Graham Smith has picked up his first international wicket. Get a feeling though the horse might have balked it. However, South Africa have still got a lot to do.
Yeah, Darren Lehman has really played a pearl of an innings. Just got a little bit overconfident here, perhaps. I think you've got to give credit to the bowler as well. Graham Smith saw him prancing down the wicket, slid it in close to him, and a bit faster, and off he goes. But what a well-played 91. Masterful. 287 for 4.
It's always a busy weekend in sport, so tune in on Monday nights for the weekend's most comprehensive wrap. 7:30, join Mike Gibson and the crew. Always topical, always sport. The Back Page. 8 o'clock, Laurie Daly and Russell Fairfax analyse every game, every week on NRL Scoreboard.
I don't believe what I've seen!
8:30, Greg Clark brings you up to speed on the world of rugby union with the Super 12 wrap. The Back Page, NRL Scoreboard Super 12 wrap, Monday nights from 7:30 on 1. If you love baseball, then get into the swing. Experience the massive hits. Awesome catches.
A sensational catch in center field!
And all the action from the stars that make the Major League.
Can you believe that?
The San Diego Padres host the Arizona Diamondbacks. Midday Tuesday on 1.
So more experience for Australia. Playing in his 93rd game, Damien Martin.
Let's have a look at Graham Smith's first wicket. A little more pace, nice and full. He did see Mr. Lehman coming down the wicket at him. I think he quite liked that. Wouldn't you? Your first one-day international wicket as a top-class batter. But I think, after seeing a bit of this, he might get a few overs. A few more overs than he's going to get.
Well, he has done some work with the ball with Western Province in the domestic game, the limited overs game, and has done it very successfully, actually. A little bit of turn, length was spot on, but worked by Martin on the onside for a single, so he's off the mark. But that partnership, Garth, was absolutely magnificent. 183 it was, that was the end of it. But one of the fascinating things about that partnership is between overs 18 and 27, there was not one boundary scored. Great control from two very experienced players, Ricky Ponting and Darren Lehman. Bit of turn. Telemarcus is the sweeper on the offside who gets around and 2 more runs.
What was also significant for me, Michael, about that partnership is that although it was of huge proportions and very devastating in terms of this match, it wasn't as belligerent as that first one. So what it tells me is you don't have to hit boundaries, 6s, 4s every ball to make a wonderful partnership. They just knocked them off, picked them off. Beautiful stuff.
And they're still doing it. Nothing too extravagant. Ricky Ponting has now moved to 86 of 95 deliveries, inside of his second ton of the series.
Yes, dusty, windy old day.
Well done off his own bowling, Graham Smith, and well done on the over. Picked up the wicket of Darren Lehman. 42 gone, 291 for 4. Rate required from here is only 4.5 for Australia. They've still got 6 wickets in hand, so it should be another coast for them. Telemarcus. It's a very good drive, straight through Telemarcus' hands. Nicky Boyer tidies up from long on.
Yes, he's been in sublime form as Ricky Ponting. Was the half volley, but still got to be struck so firmly. 87 he has, 96 balls, but Martin on strike.
Good line and length. There have been some wonderful performances in this match. Gilchrist got off to a flyer, Hayden assisted. Lehman played superb with the bat and also bowled nicely. In sight of the highest one international total against South Africa are Australia. Previous highest in the Colonial is in the Colonial Stadium in Melbourne, and 295 for 5, 292 for 4 at the moment. Should they get up and win this game, it'll be an all-time record. Target is 327 to win. That'll surpass a couple of scores of 316 for 4 Australia against Pakistan and Lahore in 98-99, and 316 for 7 India against Pakistan in Dhaka 97-98. Just going back to those wonderful performances, individual performances today. Man of the match adjudicator is Fahmi Abrahams, who's a left-handed wicketkeeper batsman from this region in the 70s.
Sounds a bit like you're priming us for Adam Gilchrist, doesn't it, Michael?
Well, he got him off to a fly, didn't he? Played absolutely superbly, and it had to happen at the start. It really had to happen. And I think the man of the match should go to someone who has actually changed the tone of the game and turned it around for a victorious team 9 times out of 10.
Yes, it's got to be said, when South Africa got the 326, I really thought this is an impossible total to chase. But they literally changed it in the space of 10 overs.
Long on into play.
Now, one makes one think, we've all played a lot of net cricket in our time. By net cricket, I mean we practice and spend hours in. You have a day, sometimes you have a day slogging in the nets. I don't think in the nets where you slog without pressure that a person could hit a ball as cleanly as Adam Gilchrist did, ball after ball after ball.
Yes, his 50 came up in 27 deliveries. .43 gone, 294 for 4.
And that too is the end of Roger Telemarcus. He'll be absolutely over the moon with that performance. 10 overs, 2 for 48. In the contents of this game, and he's no great pace, is Roger Telemarcus. He's done a wonderful job.
That is a very good performance by Telemarcus, picking up a couple of wickets in his first 2 overs and going for 48 overall in 10, considering the overall run rate from the Australians is nearly 7. So that is top stuff from Telemarcus. Back into the side today, replacing Mananta Hayward. And Graham Smith is to continue. About to start his 4th. Must be a little bit interesting to bat at the moment with the shadows across the pitch. Safe enough. There's 2 men back. Jacques Callis is the one who'll get to the ball first. Damien Barton's coming back for the second. It's good running. That now surpasses their previous highest total, Australia.
Pretty shot again. Always hitting it with a spin. Not much risk out there.
30 to win off 30 balls. John Kent.
He certainly has shown some class, as Graham Smith. Bowling to man in sublime form, as we said, and he keeps landing it pretty much on a length. There's a little bit of twist around, just enough. Haven't seen one rank bad ball yet from him.
To a ball again, just tucked around the corner. Just a single. Well, you can see he's trying 100%. I'm not saying the other players aren't trying 100%, but you can see that Graham Smith, whether he's got the bat in the hand, whether he's fielding in the slips, whether he's fielding in the outfield, and whether he's bowling, he's got a real passion for this. He wants to do this for his country. He wants to play. He wants to play to the best of his ability. Single down to long on. That brings up the 300 for Australia. 44 overs gone now. 300 for 4, and Graham Smith gives John Kent a mouthful. They came back for 2. 301 for 4.
Yes, quite right too. Every ball, every run scored is gold dust. Can't let a sloppy 2 to this outfield. They're there to stop the 2s. You've got to rush in at this and try to prevent the 2. Jogged the first one. Have a look at that.
Come on, mate.
Well, that tells the story.
Well, Garth, I did pose the question when the target was set at 327. Is it defendable? It looks like it's been a bit of a doddle in the park for Australia after the initial start.
I'll tell you what, after those first 10 overs, I felt absolutely shell-shocked sitting here. I can't imagine what the old next bowlers in line were feeling like. They were getting sweaty palms, calling for cloths to dry the hands off, because that was as fierce an attack as I've ever seen. There was a guy in South African cricket, those South Africans remember, a guy called Chris Wilkins, who could smash attacks around. I was sitting next to Vinny shortly after that, and he hit Vinny for 33 in 3 one day. So since that day I haven't seen it done. But dearie me, this was such a treat today.
And so is Ricky Ponting's batting at the moment. 90 runs off 100 balls. Even split leg side and offside. One light back working. Callis. So let me ask you this, Garth. Has this been another inept performance by South Africa in the field? The bowlers got it wrong, or has it just been magnificent batting from Australia?
I think that the bowling needs some serious attention to answer that. I don't think we've got the armoury to take on a mighty team, and this is a mighty team.
Slower ball. Gave himself some room, did Damien Martin. Graham Smith sweeping on the offside. Tidies up 2 more.
I'm not saying they haven't tried. They've tried manfully, but you still need firepower. Callis trying to bowl a slower ball to change the pace, but it hasn't even faulted them for a millisecond. They've just got out there and slammed it. So something's got to be done, and lots of thinking caps have got to go on to improve this bowling effort.
Very short and going down the leg side, and should be called a wide. Yes, it is. Quite correct.
Yeah, it's a big old effort ball over the head, down the leg side, the works.
There's something to highlight as well. 23 extras conceded.
Now, some people don't realise how big a 23 is. 24 balls, that's 4 extra overs, plus take 24 runs. That's wild. You just can't bowl in a 54 over match versus a 50 over match and then take 23 off your score. You cannot win.
So there were some leg buys in that group as well, but far too high with the unforced errors. Oh, could be trouble here. Well, Damien Martin, I think, would have been short of his ground had Herschel Gibbs's back flip hit the stumps.
He gave it up. bet he's going to be miles out of his ground here. Yes, here's another stat. They're needing 4 and over. If you'd said to me before the start, with 5 overs to go, Australia will have 7 wickets in hand, or rather 6 wickets in hand, and they're going to need 4 and over, I'd say you've got to be nuts. Who's going to score 10 and over at the start? Well, I hope you're at home. I hope you've told your mates about what happened here today. Told them to turn on the television monitors, because this was really something to behold.
Slight change now as mid-off goes back to long off. Makayantini comes inside the circle from fine leg. Bunted to mid-wicket to Gibbs. 45 gone. 306 for 4. Conditions are reasonably pleasant now, just a little bit cool, a little bit breezy, a bit choppy out there as well. Of course, St George's Park is not too far away from the ocean here in Port Elizabeth. Just about where Adam Gilchrist hit a couple of those sixes early today, just short of that boat.
I didn't see that ball when they asked to change it after over 7 or 8. But they tell me it was looking like an old tomato that had been run over by a motor car, heavy duty one.
It was badly bruised and hemorrhaging from all parts. Makayantini replacing Graham Smith. Easily put away, backward a square on the leg side. Graham Smith is the one that is going to tidy up. 2 more.
Makayantini's had a tough day at the office. He's gone for 72 in 7 overs and a ball. No wickets. Can he change that?
Looking for a couple here, Damien Martin. Easily back. Lovely shot straight down the ground. John Kent has got some more work to do. This time just the single. Australians will have noted that he hasn't got the strongest of arms, John Kent. Mind you, there's just the 1 game to go.
He's talking about John Kent. We haven't seen him bat yet. We've seen him bowl about 7 overs, and those are gone for heaps of runs. So he'll be dying to show his prowess off with the blade. One wonders if he'll get another chance.
So 16 more to win off 27 balls. Makayantini bowling very wide of the crease at the moment. And again, almost a no ball. Gets the size 9 or 10 down. Ouch.
Yes, you can't bowl it a lot wider of the crease than that without being called no ball. Trying desperately to angle this thing and try and get the ball to come from a different angle at them, to try and slow this rate down, but it's a thing of the past, I'm afraid to say.
That's a record that Makayantini won't want to see. And also, it's been a rarity for Makayantini this season in South Africa to be pasted for runs. He's bowled superbly apart from this one. To Neil McKenzie, direct hit, might be close. Mark Boucher does very well indeed. Backing up. Just to explain that no ball rule a little bit further, of course, Makai-Antini's back foot can't cut that sideline. Can't touch the sideline as he delivers. Brilliant! Wow! That is unbelievable from Rhodes. It went like a tracer bullet just to Rhodes' right. He dived full length, got two hands to it. It was flying, that one, and Martin's on his way. Jonty Rhodes is absolutely outstanding in that region.
Yes, it's that man Rhodes again. Full-blooded slash. Jonty Rhodes, both hands, and eventually the right hand gets it. Those either stick or they don't, and mostly with Jonty Rhodes, they do.
So Damien Martin goes for 15. Another blinder from Jonty Rhodes. Australia now 312 for 5.
7:30 Monday morning on One from the NBA. It's a massive showdown in the Eastern Conference as Philadelphia tip off against Milwaukee. There's nothing to separate the 76ers and the Bucks as they both look to the playoffs just inside the 8 and with everything to play for. The NBA, Philadelphia versus Milwaukee, 7:30 Monday morning on One. Want the inside word on rugby? Join Greg Clark every Thursday for Australia's most comprehensive roundup from the world of rugby union.
Hello everyone, thanks for joining us.
Catch up with all the news, views and stories that are making the headlines both home and abroad.
This is wonderful stuff.
And with a host of special guests.
I didn't realise you wanted me to speak.
It's 60 minutes of essential viewing. So join the team on Inside Rugby, Thursday 7:30 on One.
Not a bad bloke to have coming in, averaging nearly 57. Down the track. Cries of catch it and gone. So there's another one. Jock Callis has picked up a wicket. His second. And Sean Pollock has taken the catch. Ricky Ponting advancing down the track, looking at it over the top to get close to this total. They've lost two quick ones. 2 wickets and 2 balls now.
Well, I've got to say, that's a little silly from the Australian captain. Cruising away at 92. Did he need to jump down a wicket? Doesn't matter, he did. Not quite at the middle. And the captain has got a scalp. Now there's a little bit more emotion there now. I know there's only a few to win, but who knows? Australia 3-1-12 for 6.
The youngster Shane Watson, 20 years of age, having to face a little bit of pressure out in the middle. A couple of wickets suddenly going down, practicing a few solid defensive shots. Sean Pollock's got a smile on his face. Hopefully he spent a bit of time really geeing the boys up there in the middle during that opportunity as Ricky Ponting walked away. Just playing his third game. Has been dismissed twice. Another look at the dismissal of Ricky Ponting. Strange dismissal. First false shot he's played.
Yes, he's been sublime all day as the captain. Just lost a wicket as well. Just seems like he had a rush of blood there. He wanted to finish this one. Go and drink some beer.
Jock Callis again. Now Watson won't be feeling all that confident. He's one of those guys who likes to get after the bowling. He hasn't done so, hasn't looked like doing so far with a bat in the one day as he has played. Of course, he's brand new to this form of the game in the national colours. Another look at the catch to get rid of Ricky Ponting. But there's a guy at the other end called Michael Bevan who will be cool, calm and collected.
Did I see that Michael Bevan has played 174 one-day internationals? As you say, what a man to have walking in when you need a few.
And averaging 57. 14 required. Short ball. It's gone over the top. Third man's coming in. Makai-Antini just bounces in front of him. He came herring in Makai-Antini. It didn't bounce all that far in front of him. He took a brilliant catch diving forward early in the proceedings. One for the over. Called by Ian Howe. Wasn't that far away from another wicket.
Yes, as you're saying, Teeny really got the legs going underneath him, but he was never ever going to really make it. If he had dived, he might have missed that one and sacrificed the 4, so took it on the body.
Watson on strike again. Playing a miss. Vice-captain going to have a chat to the skipper. 13 more to win off 20 balls.
It's still very comfortable. Shane Warne, next man in, he can play. Gillespie can nick a few. So, from the Australian point of view, it's still going along pretty smoothly here.
Play that nice and late down the third man. Very fine indeed. John Kent, he hasn't got the strongest of arms, so they'll come back for 2.
Well, the result was brilliant in the end. But if you asked him to play that again, I don't think he could.
I think he got it caught in the back pad, actually. I think that was half the problem. So 316 for 6 now. Just 1 ball to go in this, the 46th over. Correction, 47th over. Oh, that's a lovely drive. Half stop from Callis. Just the 1. 47 gone. 317 for 6. That score now is the highest score ever, chasing in a one-day international, surpassing those 2 scores of 316 previously. Jonty Rhodes has joined an elite bunch, 100 catches. The catch to get rid of Damien Martin, that blinder he took at the backward point region. 226th one-day international Rhodes. Mohammad Azharuddin certainly had his share of games, 334, 156 catches. Alan Border, 273, 127 catches.
Interesting one there for me, Mike, was Vivian Richards, 187, by far the fewest number of matches for 101 catches. Guess why? He played in that great era of those fast men, always fielded first slip, second slip, and probably grabbed a few in that area.
Flying pretty quickly, one would imagine, as well. So 10 more required off 18 balls. 4 wickets in hand for Australia. Shane Watson, 20 years of age, from Tasmania. Would have been thinking, I suppose, about 10, 12 minutes ago that he wasn't going to be needed. Bottom edge, Mark Boucher does well. No balls and wides are the ones to focus on. They're the unforced errors. Well, that's a lovely shot. Telemarcus is sweeping, just the single.
Well, that South African crowd has been kind of quiet until now. They've seen a glimmer of hope. They've seen a few wickets. But truly, I think it's gone.
But this game has had everything. It's been a wonderfully exciting game to watch. Plenty of runs been scored by both teams. South Africa getting 327. Great individual performances. Some brilliant fielding. Some outstanding catches. And at times, some very good bowling. picking up wickets in little clusters as well as things have progressed throughout the day.
Yes, there's not much more you can really ask for, is there, Mike? 660 runs or thereabouts you're going to see today. You're going to see some shots you'll wait a lifetime to see. As you say, some of those catches too were absolutely brilliant.
Perhaps the one area that Mackay shouldn't be bowling to Michael Bevan. He doesn't like being forced onto the back foot. It's nice and full, worked away quite easily. Job out. Lovely line and length.
Yes, a little bit of seam, looked to angle in and then just held its own. As soon as Mackay straightens the ball up, it looks like he gets in the business end of this game. Got to try and work on that for the rest of his career.
Quick single to end the over. 48 gone, 320 for 6. So just 7 more required, 12 balls to go. 4 wickets in hand. Long chat here between Sean Pollock and Jacques Kallis. Nicky Beers just joined with Jonty Rhodes. I'm not sure there's a lot they can do, Garth.
There probably isn't, Michael, but at least they're giving it some thought. They're not just mindfully running up there and bowling. They're saying, listen guys, miracles have happened before. It's unlikely, but let's give this one our best effort. A Yorker to knock a pole out? Who knows?
Looking fairly relaxed in the change room.
Sun's gone behind the clouds. It's darkened up.
Full toss. 2 mid on. No run. Big round of applause from the crowd here at St George's Park.
He's searching for that Yorker, but he's missed it by quite a long way again. We noticed that at Durban as well. He really has got to work on that part of his game too, Jacques Kallis, because he will be used at the end.
Full toss again, and that's been hammered straight back past Kallis for 4. That's an important blow. That's taken the pressure off. That's for sure. And they know it.
Yes, we saw that dressing room a moment or two before. It was slightly quieter. But Jacques Kallis misses that Yorker once again. This time, but not as much. But, well, the rest is, I'm afraid, clear to see. Just 3 to win now.
Short ball. Telemarcus, deep backward square on the leg side. 2 to win.
And that's an interesting stat as well. That effort ball came out at 143 kilometres an hour. So what I'm saying is when Jacques Kallis wants to, he can let it go.
Another chat from Sean Pollock, suggesting no doubt that everyone's got to come inside and try and save the one, but it is really a pointless task at this stage. Just 2 to win off 9 balls. No changes in the field, actually. Regis Telemarkis just coming up to the end zone. Sweeper's come up as well from the offside. Sorry, leg side. Left-handed Bevan on strike. Worked away leg side. John Kent, just the single. International teams, I think, are going to be testing that arm if he continues to stay in the squad. John Kent, he's got to work on that.
Yes, what a professional performance this has been. The Australians knew that to chase this huge target, this world record target, they'd have to get off to a flyer. You can't get under pressure with 2 or 3 wickets down, chasing 8, 9 and 10 and over. You had to get off to a flyer to give yourself any sort of chance in this game, and they've done so beautifully well.
Everyone now coming up inside the circle, fine leg and also third man, looking to save one, because that's all that's needed to win this match. Scores level at the moment. Perfect length.
Well, I've got to say, it's got to be one of the great privileges to watch this team perform this summer. They've been a team that clearly, in all divisions of this game, is the best in the world. In fact, they're probably a division ahead of the next best.
There's a few smiles there as well. It's a very good drive. Almost back on the stumps. He stumbles, Shane Watson. Now it's been referred to the third umpire. This may well be out. Straight back to Jacques Kallis. Hit him on the foot. Ricocheted near the stumps. Mid-on has screamed around and taken the bowls off. Might be tight, this one.
The big old size 12 on it. The dive, he stumbles halfway. That's the problem. Watson stumbled halfway.
Yes, this is going to be well short. Jacques Kallis is almost in the way as well, the batsman. But that's well short. That was the problem. You're right, Garth. About halfway down the 22 yards, he suddenly stumbled and then never regained his balance. So run out, Shane Watson. We're still just 1 run required. And Jacques Kallis is still hobbling.
Yes, watch this now. Halfway down. Oh, oops. That took at least 1.5 yards out. Comedy of errors. You'll be feeling a little bit silly about that, Shane Watson.
He goes for 11. Australia now 326 for 7. I'm not too sure what he was trying to do there. He certainly was well short in the end. I wonder if at one stage he was thinking, no, hang on, I've got to stop and go back. Or was it just a stumble?
It was exactly that. I think he thought Bevan was not going to come. So that's why the old left leg went out stiff and straight to stop him. And then he saw Bevan coming. Of course, the legs were out of sync in quite a terrible way.
So Shane Warne. Shane Warne playing his 177th game is the next man in for Australia. Just 1 required off 6 balls. Just decided to drop his bat and just do the shoelaces up. Another look at the dismissal of Shane Watson.
Right, off he goes. Now he says, Bevan's not coming. He said, stop. Whoop. That's what caused it. Bevan actually said, don't come.
And then Jacques Kallis and Nicky Beer almost get taken out as well. Don't suppose Shane Watson is smiling too much.
He'll get ripped tonight. You can bet yourself on that.
Mackay-Tini to start the last over. There it is. That's the winning shot. What a magnificent victory by Australia. Absolutely outstanding. A world record win here at St George's Park. They can be very, very proud of themselves, the spectators and the players. That tells a story. And for South Africa, it's back to the drawing board yet again.
Well, I think it was a magnificent day's cricket. A little sad there had to be a loser, and clearly for us, very sad it had to be the South Africans. They really thought they had it today, 326, but that Aussie juggernaut is something to behold.
First ball that Shane Warne faced, just decided to squeeze it backward a square, and that's the reaction of his jubilant teammates in the change room. Adam Gilchrist, yes, you can do that because you put the boys on the right track, that's for sure. Ricky Ponting also played superbly. And Darren Lehman at the back. Very good partnership between Ponting and Lehman, and smiles there from Shane Warne. Michael Bevan was also not out at the end. The match result, Australia won by 3 wickets in an outstanding game of one-day international cricket.
Yes, as these boys walk off the field, you just got to say to yourself, you've got to be privileged to have seen this game, to have seen these great strokes. It was all about the batting. Even the Australian team, that great Australian bowling lineup disappeared for 326. You've got to remember that. So from a South African point of view, they can take heart in the batting department. They played very, very fine cricket with the bat today. The Aussies, just too good, I'm afraid.
South Africa getting 326 for 3, and that was always going to be a big ask, but then Gilchrist and Hayden got going right at the start. They were going at 10 and over for the first 8 and 9 overs. Gilchrist in the end made 52 off 34 balls. Hayden 35 off 29. Harvey didn't last long as a pinch hitter. Then an outstanding partnership between Ponting and Lehman. Ponting, the captain, 92 off 107. Lehman 91 off 94, and then all the work had been done. Basically just a little flutter as some wickets fell towards the death, but in the end safely home. Partnerships 81, 55 balls to the first wicket, Gilchrist and Hayden. Then we go to the fourth wicket, 183 off exactly 185 balls between Ponting and Lehman, and then 25 for the fifth, and then 14 for the seventh between Watson and Bevan. Basically sealed it with straight drive for 4 from Shane Watson, but then he was run out and Shane Warne had to come and face the one delivery, and he hit that back with a square on the offside for 4. So 330 for 7. Australia and 49.1 overs. South African bowling, Sean Pollock 8 overs, none 57. He got some tap. Mackay Tini 1 for 83. 1 for 83 off 9 overs and 1 ball. Telemarcus did an outstanding job, 2 for 48 off 10. Callis going at 6 and over. Picked up 2 wickets though. Nicky Bier 6 overs, none for 34. John Kent again not looking up to the scratch. None for 16 off 2. And Graham Smith looks like he's someone that can do a job in these limited overs games. There's a lot of spinners, 4 overs, no maidens, 1 for 24. So an outstanding performance by Australia. World record win here. And that was the match result. Australia won by 3 wickets. A magnificent day of cricket from myself, Mike Hazeman, and the rest of the commentary team, and our production team of Ken Braidwood and Jock Mulholland. Hope you enjoyed the day's play. There is one more game to go, of course. The day-nighter in Cape Town on Tuesday. We'll see you then.
This program was proudly brought to you by the all-new Toyota Corolla. McDonald's, Mac your day. TUI's new, give that man a new. Travelex, you'd notice if we weren't there. Harvey Norman. And the Navy, Army and Air Force.
Tomorrow night, high-flying semi-final action from the NBL, where Sydney face the might of Melbourne in an end-of-season blockbuster. Live, the NBL Series 2 Game 3, tomorrow, 7:30 on 2.
This program is brought to you by Hyundai, official partner of the 2002 FIFA World Cup.
Well, a very good afternoon for this FA Barclaycard Premiership match between Leicester City and Manchester United from Filbert Street. Manchester United third on 67 points from their 33 matches, 1 behind Liverpool, 2 behind Arsenal, who have a game in hand. And as for the team news today, well, Leicester making 2 changes from the team beaten at Sunderland. Muzzy Izzet is ruled out with a hamstring injury and Martin Reeves drops to the bench. Callum Davidson makes a welcome return from injury at left back with Matt Piper restored to the starting 11. The return of Davidson allows Lee Marshall to push into central midfield alongside Robbie Savage with Piper and Oates wide, Dickoff and Dean in attack. Sir Alex Ferguson has shuffled the pack as expected with a total of 6 changes to the team victorious at Depor. Keane and Beckham injured, of course, Barthez and Johnson rested, so too are Giggs and Van Nistelrooy, although they are left in reserve. So in front of Roy Carroll, Gary Neville switches to centre-back with Irwin on the right. Phil Neville slots in beside Nicky Butt with Scholes on the right, Fortune on the left, Solskjaer and Forlan up front. Mighty machine that is Manchester United has been grinding out win after win, both at home and abroad. Leicester City determined to start in positive fashion today. Defeat for Leicester City, and they will be relegated. Gary Rowett has come forward here. With the luxury of being able to introduce players like Diego Forlan and Ole Gunnar Solskjaer into their attack after the rigours of the UEFA Champions League in midweek. Gary Rowett coming across to cover. Manchester United have won the last 6 meetings. Leicester haven't even scored in the last 5. Typically the fans in good voice today to encourage Manchester United to continue to apply pressure on Arsenal and Liverpool at the top. I sense that Leicester City may well have quite a bit of defending to do this afternoon. Having said that, they won't be too bothered if the crosses stay like that. United 1 defeat in their last 14 matches and 14 goals in their last 4 away games. They really have found form at the perfect time. What could be crucial as well is their goal difference, which at the moment is superior to Arsenal and Liverpool. Piper, that's a good looking cross and they've got men in the middle. Dean's shot is blocked by Roy Carroll. Terrific work by the youngster Matt Piper, Leicester born and bred, with a cross that Blanc just didn't really deal with. The ball rather stopped between Brian Dean's feet. Savage stretching. Piper beaten to it by Diego Forlan, who's still looking for his first Manchester United goal. Plenty of energy being expended by Paul Dickoff in the early stages. The last meeting resulting in a 2-0 win to United back in November. Ruud van Nistelrooy and Dwight York, the scorers that day. Here's Dean. Quinton Fortune. Appeals from Leicester that the ball had run out. And it's Leicester who break away with it. Then the linesman flags. Matt Piper, one of the youngsters introduced in recent weeks, only 20 years old. And winning Leicester City a free kick. Savage to take. Should be comfortable for Roy Carroll. Such are the riches at Old Trafford these days that they can afford to rest a World Cup winning goalkeeper. Dean, good screen, good layoff to Piper. Marshall operating in central midfield today. Dean's cross into Dickoff. Good try by Paul Dickoff. In a rich vein of form right now. 3 goals in his last 2 appearances. And here just making space for himself against Laurent Blanc. Leicester to finish against Everton, Villa, Fulham and Tottenham. They have to win every match.
Including a couple of Elvis impersonators.
Italianos, like the nightingales they sing, like the eagles they fly.
Speaking of flies, brought a hell of a lot of flies in with you.
Did you know fly in Italian is mosca?
Did you know in English it's pest? Speaking of pests.
Isn't this a lovely trophy, dear?
Oh, yeah. So what? I lived 50 years. I never got a trophy.
You never got a trophy, Papa?
Nope, I never got one.
So I give you this one. You are numero uno, King Papa.
Don't do that.
No, I have to take a shower.
There's that Heidi music again. I'm going to have this out with him now.
What's the matter?
He's shaving
Well, so what?
his legs. He's shaving his legs.
Figaro, 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 Figaro.
Yoo-hoo!
Nancy.
I was just on my way to work.
Come on in.